Ohai. Russia or the Russian Federation RE. The state in Eastern Europe and Northern Asia. The territory of Russia and her constitutional borders makes 17,125,191 km. The population of the country within her stated territory makes 146,171,015 people. 2021. Wins first place in the world across the territory, the 6th on DDD volume on PPS, and the 9th on population. The capital, Moscow. A state language in all territory of the country, Russian. In a number of regions of Russia the official languages are also established. Monetary unit, Russian ruble. Russia, the federal presidential and parliamentary republic. Since December 31, 1999. With a break in 2008-2012 when Dmitry Medvedev was a president. The position of the President of the Russian Federation is held by Vladimir Putin. Since January 16, 2020 the position of the Russian Prime Minister is held by Mikhail Mishustin. Russia has 18 borders. 16 overland and 2 sea. 85 subjects are a part of the Russian Federation, 46 of which are called as areas, 22 the republics, 9 edges, 3 the federal cities, 4 autonomous areas and 1 the autonomous region. In total in the country about 157,000 settlements. Russia is the coldest country in the world. 65% of her territory are covered with permafrost. In Russia the lowest average annual air temperature among all countries of the world, a component 5.5 C. Russia is located North Pole, cold weather. Street. Petersburg, the most northern city in the world with the population more than 1 million people. Murmansk, the world's largest city located beyond Arctic Circle. Norilsk, the largest polar city of Asia. Sabeta, the largest settlement to the north of 70 C. However, also Russia is the country with the maximum temperature difference in the world. 116.6 C. Russia, the multinational state with broad ethnocultural diversity. The most part of the population, about 75%, carries itself to orthodoxy. That is Russia by the country with the most numerous Orthodox population in the world. Russia, the nuclear power. One of the leading spacefaring nations of the world. Russian, language of world value, one of 6 official and working languages of the Union, UNESCO and other international organizations. Russia is the permanent member of the Union Security Council with the veto. One of modern great powers of the world. Also Russia consists in a number of the international organizations. Union, OSCE, Council of Europe, EU, CISIS, STO, UTO, SCO, APEC, BRICS, IAC and others. After the collapse of the USSR at the end of 1991, the Russian Federation was recognized as the international community as the state successor of CCC in questions of nuclear potential, and external debt, state ownership abroad and also memberships in the Union Security Council.
According to the IMF, DDD volume face value for 2020 was
$46 trillion. On this indicator, Russia takes the 11th place in the world. DDD face value per capita is $11326 on the person, this 61st place in the world. DDD volume on PPS for 2020 was $4.13 trillion, that is Russia to the 6th. After China, the USA, India, Japan and Germany. By economy in the world. DDD on PPS per capita is $28053 on the person, this 49th place in the world. The first written mention of the term Russia is dated the middle of the 10th century. He occurs in compositions of the Byzantine Emperor Constantine Bagrationi, about ceremonies, and about management of the empire, as the Greek name of Russia. In the Cyrillic record, the word Russia for the first time was used on April 24, 1387 in Constantinople in a title of the Metropolitan Cyprian, who with own hand subscribed as the Metropolitan Kievsky in Russia. In the 15th-16th centuries, the Elenizirovany name, Russia, was assigned to the part of Russian lands which was united in the uniform state under supervision of the Moscow Principality. So, Ion de Galanofontibus uses this name in the specified value in 1404, and Ivan III is called the Russian sovereign in the diploma of the Crimean Khan in 1474. The state acquired the official status of the kingdom after the procedure of a crowning. Ivan IV's weddings on the kingdom in 1547, then the state began to be called the Russian kingdom. Modern writing of a word with two letters, C, appeared from the middle of the 17th century and finally was fixed at Peter I. Upon completion of Northern War, which result was an expansion of the western borders of the Russian state on October 22 on November 1721 piety was proclaimed by the Emperor Sarosisky, and the state began to be called as Russian Empire. 1 on September 14, 1917, during the period between the February and October revolutions, Russia was announced by the Republic, and with 10 on January 23, 1918 began to be called as the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. Vers. In 1936 the words socialist and Soviet in the name were rearranged by places, the last became in stages the first. From 1922 to 1991 Rusvers was a part of the USA, which informally, especially abroad, often was called as Russia. After disintegration of the Soviet Union on December 25, 1991 Rusvers was renamed into the Russian Federation. The territory of Russia and her stated borders makes 17,125,191 b/km. The first place on the area among the countries of the world. That South America is slightly less than continent. It is located completely in the northern hemisphere. The most part of the territory of Russia is located in East Hemisphere. Only east part of Chukotka Autonomous Okrug is located in the western hemisphere. It is washed by waters of Quiet and Arctic Oceans and also Baltic, Black, Azov by the seas of the Atlantic Ocean, possessing the most extended coastline in the world. 37653 km. Russia is located in the north of the continent Eurasia, occupying the most part of Eastern Europe and all north of Asia. The Ural Mountains and Kumamanic Depression divide Russia into European 23% and Asian 77% parts. Even in Europe and Asia, single European and Asian parts of Russia are the first in territory among other states. Extreme northern point of Russia is Cape Fligely on Rudolph Island of the archipelago of Franz Josef Land. 81 n. In the Arkhangelsk region, an extreme northern continental point, the Cape of Chelyuskyna on the Taimur Peninsula. 77 n. In Krasnoyarsk Krai. Extreme east point, Big Diomede Island in the Bering Strait. 169 Ulbal. Is the territory of Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, extreme east continental point, Cape Desnev on Chukotka. 169 Ulbal. The extreme southern point of Russia is on border of Dagestan with Azerbaijan, to the southwest from the mountain Kachensov. 41 n. The extreme western point lies in the Kaliningrad region, on Vistula spit of Gdansk Bay of the Baltic Sea. 19 L. Extent of the territory of Russia from the west on the east is nearly 10,000 km, from the north on the south, exceeds 4,000 km. The list of the states on which Russia borders. The note. Unrecognized and partially recognized states are italicized. Norway, Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine. Including the territories controlled by the DD and LPR. Georgia. Taking into account Abkhazia. Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, the DDR, Abkhazia. Exclusively overland borders. Latvia, Belarus, China, Mongolia, South Ossetia, Georgia. Without Abkhazia. The European part of Russia is located on the East European platform. In its basis, magmatic and metamorphic rocks of the Precambrian lie. The territory between the Ural Mountains and the Yenisei River is occupied with the young West Siberian platform. To the east of Yenisei there is an ancient Siberian platform stretching to the Lena River and corresponding generally average Siberian to the plateau. In regional parts of platforms there are deposits of oil, natural gas, coal. Baltic Shield, the Urals, Altai, the Uralo-Mongolsky Epipaleozoic folded belt, a northwest part of the Pacific folded belt and a small piece of an external zone of the Mediterranean folded belt belong to folded regions of Russia. The highest mountains Caucasus are dated for younger folded areas. In folded areas there are main reserves of metal ores. The Siberian platform has Epirkisky age. With a cover of the Siberian platform the deposits of coal, stone and potash salts, largest in the Russian Federation, oil and gas, are connected with Trapevi intrusions, copper nickel fields of Norilsk, and with a kimberlite tube diamonds. In the structure of the Uralo-Mongolsky Epipaleozoic folded belt dividing two ancient platforms areas of Erefeisky, Baikal, Selesky, Caledonian and Jutsinsky Sklatchatost are allocated. Yenisei-Baikalskaya area of Erefeisky and Baikal Sklatchatost frames the Siberian platform. The long border with the East European platform, the Caucasus-Urals regional deflection filled with the perm thicknesses with coal fields in the north and potash salts in a middle part of a deflection is located. The Pacific folded belt in the territory of the Russian Federation is presented by an extreme northwest part within which ancient Orefeisky massifs, areas of a Mesozoic and Cainozoic Sklatchatost and active zones modern tectonic are located. In the Kuyano-Chukotsky area, the gold deposits connected with Jurassic and Lower Cretaceous granite intrusions and also tin, tungsten and mercury are known.
Big deposits of coal are concluded in Molasse of the Proverkian deflection and the Zirian Hollow.
The West Kamchatka Folded System is a heterogeneous geosynclinal complex of the top chalk which was imposed on granite, gneissic and slate base, and after a sclatchatost it was blocked the Paleogeno-Genovini by breeds. East zone is characterized by the imposed modern volcanism. 28 active volcanoes. The Pearl Island Arch, consisting of big and small ridges, contains 39 active volcanoes, and is made by Cretaceous and Quaternary volcanogenic and sedimentary and volcanogenic educations. The arch is shattered by the system of young Krauss-Grabens, and before her front, as well as in front of East Kamchatka, the Deepwater Trench is located. The Sakhalin Cainozoic folded region is divided into east and western zones divided by the central Sakhalin Graben. Oil and gas fields are connected with the North Sakhalin Hollow, and coal deposits are connected with rocks of an average Miocene on the island. More than 70% of the territory of Russia are occupied with plains and lowlands.
The western part of the country is in borders of the extensive East European plain, which is characterized by alternation of lowlands,
Caspian, etc., and heights, Valais, Central Russian, etc.
Meridionally extended mountain system Urals divides the East European plain and the West Siberian lowland. To the east from the last there is Central Siberian Plateau with the isolated massif which is smoothly passing into the Central Yakut lowland.
Southern and east parts of the country mainly mountainous. In the extreme south of the European part, northern ridges of Greater Caucasus extend. There is the highest top of Russia, Elbrus, 5642 m. In the south of Siberia, Altai, the western and east Sayan Mountains, Stanovoi Highland and other mountain systems. The northeast of Siberia and the far east, regions of prevalence of medium altitude ridges, such as Sikhotalin, Verkhyonsk, Shersky, etc. The peninsula of Kamchatka. There is the highest volcano of Eurasia, Kluchevskaya Sopka, 4750 m. And the Kuril Islands in the extreme east, the territory of volcanoes. Here then there are more than 200, and about 50 of them acting. Russia, one of the most water-provided countries of the world. The country has some of the world's largest reserves of fresh water. Its surface water occupies 12.4% of the territory of Russia. At the same time, 84% of its surface water are concentrated to the east from the Urals. In structure of water use, production needs prevail. The biggest freshwater lake, Baikal, is located in east part of the country, about 31700 km. Is the deepest lake of the planet, 1642 m. The largest rivers of Russia.
Length km, area of the pool km.
Lena 4400 card. Irtish 4248 card. Ob 3650 card. Volga 3530 card. Yenisei 3487 card. Lower Tunguska of 2989 card. Cupid of 2824 card. Value of 2650 card. Isham 2450 card. Urals of 2428 card. The largest lakes of Russia. Area km. Height above sea level, depth m. Caspian Sea card. 28/10/25. Vital 31500-456-1642. Lake Ladoga 17703. Lake Onega 9616. Tamer 456626. Konka 41906810. Lake Peepus 35553015. Upsunur 33575315. Cheney 1990-105-12. Late Beloy 1290-113-20. The country is rich with various minerals. Reserves of oil are reconnoitered in this volume in many regions of the country, in particular, in the Tyumen region, on Sakhalin, in Bashkortostan and also on the shelf, reserves of natural gas, in the Yamal-Nenets Autonomous Area. Soils of Russia on plains are located zonalno. On the islands of the Arctic Ocean and the coast of Taima, low power and primitive Arctic soils are formed. To the south, the tundra zone where South tundra, usually strongly obliani soils prevail, is located. Soils tundra gley, Slabopodsolistia gley taiga are characteristic of a transitional forest tundra zone. About 65% of the territory of Russia are in limits of a zone of the woods. In her northern half, soils Podsolik, to the east from Yenisei, are formed taiga soils. In a taiga subband, especially western Siberia, there are a lot of swamps. The chapter Riding Oligotrophny. Also, forests are quite often boggy. To the south of a taiga on the East European plain, soils Cespetos and Podsolik. The forest steppe zone lying to the south has grey forest soils, and especially fertile Chernozyms, with the powerful humus horizon containing from 4 to 10% of a humus. And dark chestnut soils are characteristic of a steppe zone. Still to the south, in the territory of Caspian Depression, sites of a semi-desertic zone with light brown and brown soils, meet also saline soils. More than 70% of the Russian territory, a zone of risky agriculture. At the same time, in Russia there are 9% of all productive arable lands of the world and more than 50% of world Chernozyms. Position of Russia in a northern part of Eurasia. The territory of the country generally lies to the north of 50 C. Highway. Closer placement in Arctic, subarctic, moderate and partially in subtropical climatic zones. The prevailing part of the territory is located in a moderate belt. A variety of climate also depends on features of a relief and proximity or remoteness of the ocean. The width zonality is most brightly shown on plains. A most full range of natural zones distinguishes the European part of the country, where from the north a zone of the Arctic deserts, the tundra, forest tundras, the taiga woods, the mixed forests, forest steppes, semi-deserts consistently is replaced with the south. With advance to the east, the climate becomes more and more continental. The quantity of natural zones in one width interval is considerably reduced. Average temperatures of January, on different regions, fluctuate from +6 to 50 C, July from 1 to 25 C. Rainfall from 150 to 200 May year. Permafrost. Regions of the north of the European part, Siberia and the Far East. Occupies 65% of the territory of Russia. The highest ever recorded temperature in the territory of modern Russia made +45.4 C on Nuts. Kalmykia Meteorological Station is measured on July 12, 2010.
The lowest temperature was informally recorded in Oymyakon by the academician Sergei Obruchev in the winter of 1924 and was
71.2 C, though it was reported also about lower temperatures. Maximum difference of temperatures 116. 6 C. On this indicator, Russia wins first place in the world. In Russia exist several belts distinguished on heat security of climate in which allocate natural landscape zones. They consist of zone types of landscapes. For example, in a zone of a subtaiga types of landscapes prevail, but Shirokolo-Stvenelistny and other landscapes separately can meet. Besides division into landscape zones, there is a division into physiographic sectors which differ with atmospheric circulation, continentality of climate and other characteristics. Examples of sectors are Eastern Europe, Western Siberia, etc. The Arctic zone meets only on the Arctic Islands. The tundra and forest tundras occupies the Arctic coast of Russia and also a part of Kamchatka and the Pacific coast of Chukotka. The southern border of a taiga passes through Pskov, Yaroslavl, Yekaterinburg, Tomsk, Chita and Komsomolsk-on-Amur. The mixed woods of the European Russia and the Kaliningrad region, the coniferous and small-leaved and birch and aspen woods of the south of western Siberia, the mixed woods of northern Primory, Samarga and Anu, and the coniferous and broad-leaved woods of the south of the Sakhalin region belong to a subtaiga. The zone of the broad-leaved woods includes the south of the Bryansk region. Shirokolo-Stvenelistny landscapes from the Kaluga region to Baskyria are carried to a northern subend of the forest steppe. The zone of the broad-leaved woods occupies also the south of Primory and the most part of Primorsky Krai. Steppes and forest steppes cover the main part of the Black Earth and Middle Volga, Ciscaucasia, the northern Crimea, the southern Cissus-Urals and the Trans-Ural region, southern Siberia. The Omsk, Novosibirsk regions, Altai, Tuva, the southern Transbaikalia. Semi-deserts and deserts meet on the lower Volga and in Kalmykia. The submediterranean area is available only on the coast of the Crimea and Krasnodar Krai. Fragments of prasetropical landscapes, but not a submediterranean area, are present at Dagestan.
The most accurately natural zonality is expressed to the west from Yenisei. To the east from Yenisei the zonality is traced more weakly because of the difficult nature of a relief and sharply continental climate. As the considerable part of the territory of the country is occupied with mountains, altitudinal zonality is characteristic of many areas.
As a part of flora of Russia there are about 24700 plant species from which about 11400 types, vascular, 1137, bryophyta, 9000, seaweed, 3000, lichens and 159 ferns. The Caucasus, 6000, and the Far East, 4,300. The richest with plant species is the poorest, the Arctic islands of Siberia. 150. According to floristic division into districts, vegetation of Russia is subdivided into several areas. Circumbarely area. Provinces. Arctic, Central European. Street. Petersburg, Kaliningrad. Ivkinsky. Sochi, Tups. Caucasian, East European, North European, West Siberian, Altai, Sciensk, Mid-Siberian, Transbaikal, Northeast Siberian, Okhotsk and Kamchatka. East Asian area. Provinces. Manchurian. Basin of Amur and Primorye. Sakhalino, Hokkaido. Mediterranean region. Province. Crimean and Novorossiysk. Irano-Taransky region. Provinces. Turonian. Lower Volga, Kalmykia. Dobrotian Shan. South of Altai. Woodiness of the territory of Russia is 45.4%. The wood covered 796.2 million hectares.
The extensiveness of territories and a variety of natural zones define rich animal and flora.
In the Arctic deserts of far north mosses, polar poppies, buttercups grow. In the tundra the dwarfish birch, a willow, and alder are added to these types. A fir tree, a fir, a cedar, a pine, a larch are typical for a taiga. Bilberry, a Labrador tea, a honeysuckle, a dogrose, currant, etc. Grow in an underbrush.
To the south the coniferous and broad-leaved woods from a fir tree, pines, an oak, a linden, an ash tree, an elm, a maple, a hornbeam, pear, cherry with an underbrush from a filbert, a honeysuckle, an euonymus, a dogrose, currant, a guelder rose, elder, a spirea begin.
In the south of the Far East the yew, nut, a velvet, a zelf, an aralia, a mulberry, a lilac, a maquia, a rhododendron, a magnolia, a hydrangea, an eleuterococcus, a weigela, grapes, a magnolia vine, an actinidia, trevicubits, a puraria, a schizophragma, etc. are added. A Bayrachny woods and a Raznokravia from families of cereals, bean, astrav, clove, buckwheat, etc. are widespread in a forest steppe and steppe part.
In the Caucasus and in the Crimea besides the mentioned European breeds the yew, a juniper, a beech, a chestnut, nut, a lapid, a fig, persimmon, a sea buckthorn, pistachio, a poison ivy, a mulberry, a tree strawberry, a box, a holly, vitex, a rhododendron, a mock orange, almonds, a cherry laurel, a bladdernut, a rock rose, grapes, an ivy, an abronik, a clematis, hopmeat.
In Russia 41 national parks and 103 reserves are located. Big problem in Russia is much the deforestation which increased in the 21st century. From 2000 for 2013 36.5 million hectares of the wood were cut down. The area of forests was reduced on 20.3 million hectares. The first place in the world. Also illegal cutting, especially in the northwest and in the Far East, is widespread as a result of which, according to AWAF, the country annually loses about $1 billion. At the same time, the considerable part of the abandoned arable lands grows with the wood. In Russia there are about 320 species of mammals, more than 700 birds, more than 50 reptiles, about 670 freshwater and sea species of fish, cod insects and 10000 arachnoid. The most part of a biodiversity is concentrated in the south of the European Russia, especially on the Caucasus, the south of the Far East and in mountains of southern Siberia. In the Arctic and tundra zone, the polar bear, a wolf, a polar fox, a reindeer, a muskox, a snow ram, an alpine hare, a northern creeper, lemmings, seals, walruses, a polar owl meet.
The brown bear, wolf, lynx-spotted ermine, sable, columns live in a taiga, the otter, an elk, a musk deer, beavers, an alpine hare, a chipmunk, a squirrel, a latyaga, a forest lemming, a forest vole, a gray vole, a common shrew, a viper, nest, a hawk-teterevutnik, a wood grouse, a hazel grouse, a black grouse, a woodpecker, a spotted nutcracker, a taiga flycatcher.
A fox, badger, hedgehog, mole, bison, boar, red deer, roe, mink, numerous bird species, lizards, already, a medyanka are also found in the mixed and broad-leaved forests. A leopard, a hyena, a raccoon pelasgon, bandaging, round, a chamois and a large number of reptiles are found in the Caucasian region. In forests of the Far East, the Himalaya bear, a tiger, a forest cat, a harza, a dappled deer meet igorot. Among animal steppes, a hamster, a soker, the gopher, a groundhog, a vole prevail. It is a lot of sagas, badgers, foxes, large steppe birds. The bustard cranes strept. In the desert, the jackal, a Barkan cat, numerous rodents meet. The Old Russian state, Kievan Rus. 862-13. The capital to 882 years, Novgorod, then Kiev. The Russian principalities. The middle of the 12th century, the beginning of the 16th century. The Russian state. The end of the 15th century, on October 22. On November 1721. Till January 16, 1547, the Grand Duchy Moscow, then the Russian Kingdom. The capital, Moscow, since 1712 Street. Petersburg. Russian Empire. On October 22. On November 1721 14. September 1917. The capital till 1728 Street. Petersburg in 1728-1732 Moscow, since 1732 Street. Petersburg. With 18 on August 31. 1914 I was called Petrograd. The Russian Republic. It is proclaimed the resolution of provisional government from 1 on September 14. 1917 to the solution of a question of state system, the All-Russian Constituent Assembly. The capital, Petrograd. The Russian state. It is proclaimed the act of the Ufa State meeting of September 23, 1918. Existed till January 5, 1920 as the joint state of the White Movement during Civil War. The capital, Ufa, Omsk. The Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. It is proclaimed on October 25. On November 7, 1917, Resolution 2 of the All-Russian Congress of Councils. From 1922 to 1991, the Federal Republic is a part of the USSR. In 1917-1918 I was called the Russian Soviet Republic. In 1918-1936, the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. The capital, Petrograd, since March 12, 1918, Moscow. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. On December 30, 1922, on December 26, 1991. The capital, Moscow. The Russian Federation. Since December 25, 1991 G. According to an official position of the Russian Federation, the Russian state, the Russian Republic, refers, the USSR and the Russian Federation, the same participant of an interstate relationship, the same subject of international law which wasn't stopping the existence. The Russian Federation is a successor to the USSR, and the USSR the state predecessor of the Russian Federation.
On a consensus of the state parties of the CSS, it was decided to regard the Russian Federation as the state successor of USSR with all that it implies, including transition to the Russian Federation of the place of the permanent member of the Union Security Council and recognition beyond the Russian Federation of the status of the nuclear power on sense of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty of 1968. In the 5th century from the territory of northern Poland through East Baltics on the territory of modern Russia Slavic tribes, ancestors of later Krivichi Goth.
From now on there was a resettlement of Slavs on the north, to the Lake Ilmen, and on the east, to the Volga-Oka on Three Rios. As a result, by the 6th-8th centuries in general there were all main tribes of East Slavs known of, the story of temporary years.
Centuries and the centuries repeated and flowed to various areas of East European plain of numerous groups of Slavic immigrants which are already developed by Slavs from Moravian Podunavia who played an essential role consolidations of the Slavic population of Eastern Europe and came to the end with formation of Old Russian nationality continued. Slavic colonization of northeast Russia continued up to the 14th century and consisted of several migration waves, from early colonization from lands of Krivichi and Aznes to later of the southern Russia. Foundation of the old Russian state is traditional connect with legendary calling of the Varangian Prince Rurik in 862 on reigning by the union of East Slavic and Finno-Ugric tribes.
The state of Rurika included territories southern Priladosia, Old Ladoga, Novgorod, and Upper Volga, Belozero, Rostov. The population was made by Slavs, the Slovena and Krivichi, Finno-Ugric tribes. Everything, slightly, made the military aristocracy Varangians. In 882 Rurik's successor Novgorod Prince Oleg attached the southern center of East Slavs to the possession, having made the main town of Glades, Kiev, the capital, made a campaign to Byzantium, having achieved from her a large tribute and privileges to the Russian merchants.
In a historiography merging of the northern and southern centers under the power of Rurik dynasty is considered as the end of process of formation of the old Russian state. Expansion of the state on the south led to collision with powerful Khazaria which center was located on the lower Volga.
The Prince Svetoslav in 965 inflicted over Khazars' final defeat. As a result of military campaigns and diplomatic efforts of the Kiev governors were a part of the new state, the earth of all East Slavic and also some Finno-Ugric, Baltsky, Tyrko and Iranoyasichny tribes. In parallel there was a process of Slavic colonization of the Volga-Oka Entre Rios.
Ancient Russia was the largest state formation of Europe, fought for a dominant position in Eastern Europe and the Black Sea region with the Byzantine Empire.
At the Prince Vladimir Sviatovich in 988 Russia adopted Christianity. The Prince Yaroslav the Wise approved the first nationwide code of laws, the Russian Truth.
In 1132, after the death of the Kiev Prince Mstislav Vladimirovich, disintegration of the uniform state on a number of independent began.
Novgorod Ert, Vladimir Suzdalsky Principality, Volinsk Principality, Chernihiv Principality, Ryazan Principality, Polotsk Principality and others. Kiev remained object of fight between the strongest princely branches, and the Kiev earth was considered as collective possession of Rurik dynasty. In northeast Russia from the middle of the 12th century the Vladimir Suzdalsky Principality amplifies. His governors fought for Kiev and Novgorod, but always preferred to remain in Vladimir, that brought to the eminence of this city as the new all-Russian center. Other powerful principalities were Chernihiv, Kalitsko-Volinsky and Smolensk. In 1237-1240 the majority of Russian lands underwent destructive invasion of Batya. Vladimir, Ryazan, Kiev, Chernihiv, Pereyaslavl, Kalik and many other old Russian cities were destroyed. The southern and southeast outskirts lost a considerable part of settled population. The Russian principalities became tributaries of the Golden Horde, and princes began to receive in them the power over the lands from the sanction of Khans of the Golden Horde. This period became history as a Mongol-Tatar yoke. The Novgorod lands in the 13th century entered a series of the military conflicts with Swedes and Knights Crusaders for the right of domination in East Baltics.
Old Novgorod-Vechi and the Prince Alexander Yaroslavich Nevsky inflicted defeat over the Swedish groups which landed on the bank of Neva in 1240 and then in 1242 in the battle on the ice inflicted defeat over the Livonian Knights.
Since the end of the 13th century among Russian lands the new centers, the Moscow and Tver principalities are gradually formed.
The Moscow princes managed to win fight for the Vladimir Great, reigning on which Khans of the Golden Horde gave a label.
The Grand Duke Vladimir acted as the collector of a tribute and the supreme governor within northeast Russia and Novgorod.
Since government of the Prince Dmitry Donskoy, who inflicted the first serious defeats over the Golden Horde since 1363, the label on the Vladimir Great reigning was handed only to princes of the Moscow house.
At Ivan III, Moscow became the center of northeast Russia, having united to the uniform state.
The two-headed eagle is a symbol of continuity of power of the Byzantine Empire, and Russia becomes the Grand Ducal Press.
At Ivan III, the ambassador of a series of military victories, Russia ceased to render tribute to the Horde. So the Horde yoke, as recognition of sovereignty of Russia, came to the end. The prince began to be called a sovereign. During this period the code of laws, the set of the all-Russian laws, was adopted. The Moscow Kremlin and Assumption Cathedral are built. Military defeats and intestine conflicts led to weakening of the Horde and its disintegration in the middle of the 15th century on the Crimean, Astrakhan, Kazan and Siberian Khanates.
Prince Vasily III continued association of Russian lands, waged wars with Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kazan Khanate.
The period of his board was marked by a construction boom in Russia. A number of reforms. Military service, the judicial system and public administration was carried out by Ivan the Terrible, the Tsar who accepted a title as a symbol of power of the Russian kingdom. At his board the territory of the Russian state increased almost twice.
The second half of government of Ivan the Terrible was noted by a period of failures in the Livonian War and establishment of Oprichnina. At the beginning of the 17th century in Russia the distemper which ended with convocation of a national militia, defeat of the Polish interventionists and cathedral election on reign of a dynasty of Romanov on February 21.
On March 1613 began. The Tsar Piotr carried out radical changes in domestic and foreign policy of the state. Atom Russia, after the victory in Northern War in 1721, became the empire. Peter I founded St. Petersburg which became the state capital. The era of palace revolutions which followed after Peter I's death, came to the end in 1762 with accession to the throne of Catherine the Great. In the period of her board known as the period of the educated absolutism, Russia attached considerable territories in the west and the south. Victories over Turkey were won and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, therefore Old Russian lands and also northern Black Sea coast and the Crimea where a part of Russia is divided. In 1812 during Patriotic War of Russia with France, Napoleon Bonaparte's army was almost completely destroyed. In 1814 the Russian troops together with allies were included into Paris.
The first half of the 19th century became history of world culture as the golden age of the Russian literature and the Russian classical music.
In 1860, the 1870th the Emperor Alexander II undertakes great reforms, in particular in 1861 the serfdom is repealed. From the middle of the 19th century in the country revolutionary movement accrues. In 1905 there was the First Russian Revolution. In Russia the Parliament, the State Duma was founded. In 1914 Russia enters World War I.
In 1917 as a result of the February Revolution the Emperor Nicholas II abdicated, the power passed to provisional government which soon announced the country the Republic.
The first heads of the Soviet state 5.1. Lenin and I. 5. Stalin. On October 25. On November 1917 there was an October Revolution.
Power in Russia was seized by councils in which Bolsheviks under the leadership of 5.1.
Ulyanov. Lenin had decisive influence. The Soviet Russia became the first ever socialist state.
In January 1918 Bolsheviks dispersed the Constituent Assembly which victory on elections was won by social revolutionaries.
On March 3, 1918 the Brest Peace which brought Russia out of World War was made. Bolsheviks recognized the independence of Finland, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Ukraine, undertook not to apply for a part of Belarus. On March 12 the capital was transferred to Moscow. After the revolution in Russia, civil war between Bolsheviks and their supporters, on the one hand, and anti-Bolshevist forces, the White Movement, with another, and also the third force began. Anarchists, Basmachis, social revolutionaries, and so on. Other states also were involved in war. War ended in 1921-22 with a victory of Bolsheviks and the establishment of the Soviet power on the most part of the territory of the former Russian Empire. On December 30, 1922, Rusfars, USSR, Bs and Zs formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. USSR. The foreign policy of the new state was directed to overcoming the international isolation and recognition of the USSR that by 1930 years was reached. Bolsheviks initiated the ambiguous public reforms which are sharply limiting in the rights of the representatives of social groups, disloyal to Bolsheviks, who escaped in civil war. Priests, businessmen, prosperous peasants, representatives of old political, military and scientific elite, and also, on the other hand, allowed to reduce the level of social inequality and to abolish access for exclusive estates alone to quality education, medicine, housing and the presidency. After Lenin's death in a party fight, as a result of which the higher authority was concentrated in Stalin's hands, whose board had totalitarian character, escalated and was marked by considerable strengthening of repressions. Stalin headed for the forced industrialization and continuous collectivization of agriculture for implementation of transition to the shortest time from traditional agrarian society to industrial by every possible mobilization of internal resources, supercentralization of economic life and formation in the USSR of a complete command management system. If the pre-war industrial output of the Russian Empire in 1913 was 50% of German and French, 20% of English and by different estimates of 10–15% American, then by 1941 900 plants. By the end of the second 5 years period, in 14 years after the end of civil war were constructed, the USSR came on industrial output to the second place in the world, ceding only the USA, having reached 10% of all world industrial production. In the second half of the 1930s, the wide company of repressions concerning various groups and social groups, known as Big Terror, was developed in the country. During this period there were Massachusetts cleanings in party, army, bodies of state security and also repression on national to sign. In 1939 the USSR signed the Non-Aggression Pact with Nazi Germany with the Confidential Protocol on Division of Zones of Influence in Eastern Europe too, and therefore in 1939, 40 years it attached east part of Poland, the Baltics, Bessarabia and other territories, having removed border on the west. On June 22, 1941 the Great Patriotic War began. Sudden attack of Nazi Germany and its satellites on the USSR. The German army, though conceded the military equipment, Soviet by quantity, entered war completely mobilized with the developed logistic support, unlike the Red Army, and could reach decisive advantage on the directions of the main blows. To fall of 1941 the German troops managed to promote rather far from borders of the USSR. During approach the Wehrmacht concentrated on the Moscow direction before the capital, an overwhelming part of all forces of Nazi Germany, and on the northwest direction left two suburbs of Moscow. However, resistance of the Soviet troops sharply amplified, whereas the Wehrmacht exhausted the offensive opportunities. In 3 days under the leadership of Georgy Zhukov the Soviet counterattack began after that. During the Battle of Moscow, the plan of lightning capture of the Usser was finally ruined. The German army, for the first time in World War II, suffered strategic defeat and war accepted long character. At once after the beginning of war, support of the Usser was expressed by many countries of the world. The anti-Hitlerite coalition was created. Allies of the Usser Mainz Germany became Great Britain. In a state of war with Germany since September 1, 1939. And the USA rendering military technical assistance to the countries of the anti-Hitlerite coalition, including CCC. In June 1944, the Second Front was open. During the critical battles of Stalingrad and Kursk, the Soviet troops took the strategic offensive. During the campaign 1944, 45 years crushed the German army, freed the territory the Usser and also Poland, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia having made a decisive contribution to a victory over Nazism. The German losses on the Soviet-German front were about 75% of all irrevocable fighting losses of Germany, Wehrmacht and its allies lost 80% of all efficient parts, 607 divisions were crushed. Victorious advance of the Red Army, release of the countries of Central and Eastern Europe by it from Nazism, forced on May 9, 1945 the leadership of Germany to sign the Act of Unconditional Surrender. Where results of World War II, the Soviet Union along with the USA became the superstate, one of the Union founder countries, the member of Council of Safety of the Union with the veto. In the states of Eastern Europe, the pro-Soviet communist regime was set. The Comecon and Department of Internal Affairs resisting to ease in NATO were created.
Global opposition of capitalist and socialist systems in fight for world influence received the name of Cold War.
Efforts of the USA and the USSR went, first of all, for domination in the political sphere.
Both states didn't enter officially direct military collision, but conducted a race of arms, and their rivalry for influence led to flashes of local armed conflicts in various parts of the Third World, proceeding usually as the mediated wars between two superstates. Thought in social and political life of the country and dethronement of a cult of personality of Stalin is connected with coming to power of N.S.
Khrushchev. Nevertheless, the USSR, from the point of view of the Western analysts, continued to remain a totalitarian state. See human rights in the USSR. During country government of N.S. Khrushchev, world leadership in the nuclear and space sphere was reached. The USSR for the first time in the world carried out start of the first artificial Earth satellite, the first person in space, the first ever devices for a research of the Moon and Venus. For the first time in the world an exit of the person in an outer space is realized. In 1964-50. 1. Brezhnev, whose period of A management 1964-1982 is known as the stagnation period, became the Secretary General of the Central Committee of the CSU. At the price of considerable efforts of the USSR, I could reach to the middle of the 1970th years of strategic parity with the USA that served as one of bases of easing of international tension. Due to growth of the world prices for oil and opening of oil fields of Western Siberia, development in the USSR became dependent on oil production revenues that led to cancellation of necessary reforms of economy. The USSR considerably lagged behind the Western countries on the level of development of light industry. The economic situation was characterized by the increasing lines for scarce commodities.
In exchange, the heavy industry, mainly military-industrial complex, developed that didn't lead to increase in the standard of living of the population. In 1985, in the USSR came to the power MS.
Gorbachev with the program of acceleration of social and economic development, which in 1987 developed into more large-scale reforms called by reorganization, directed to democratization of the social and political and economic system which developed in the USSR and weakening of ideological control over society. They led to loss of the leading role of the CSU, large-scale changes in ideology, and to the collapse of the USSR. In 1989-1991 in the USSR there was a serious economic crisis. Then in independent Russia was transitioned from socialist model to economy to capitalist. In 1988 there was a parade of sovereignties which led to 1991 to the announcement all republics of the independence. In 1989 there was a disintegration of the Warsaw Treaty Organization and Comecon. In December 1989 at the Maltese summit, Gorbachev and Bush officially declared the end of Cold War. On August 19, 1991 in Moscow there was an August putsch, opposition of the authorities of the USSR and RSFSR that led to Massachusetts demonstrations at the White House in support of the president of RSFSR V.N. Yeltsin. The general indecision of a management of the USSR led to their defeat and self-dissolution. On December 8, 1991 agreements on the termination of activity of the USSR and creation of CES were signed. On December 26, 1991 Council of the Republics of the Supreme Council of the USSR adopted the declaration in connection with creation of the CSIS, in which stated transformation of the USSR to the CSIS, and need of implementation of the international agreements of the USSR by new independent states. The Russian Federation was recognized as the state successor of USSR in an international legal relationship and took his place in the UN Security Council J. Since December 1991 Russian Federation stopped being the Federal Republic of the USSR and became the independent, extra-allied state. In January 1992 in Russia radical economic reforms began. Yeltsin's government, PIDA, carried out the liberalization of retail prices, liberalization of foreign trade, reorganization of a tax system and other transformations which considerably changed an economic situation in the country. The result of reforms marked transition of Russia to market economy. The Russian model of market economy caused ambiguous grades among the Russian and foreign researchers, including Nobel laureates in economy. On January 2, 1992 state regulation of the prices was cancelled. The freedom of trade is announced. The period of wild capitalism and initial accumulation of the capital connected with refusal of decentralized planned economy and catastrophic devaluation of social obligations of the state, was characterized by elimination of deficiency of consumer goods, but at the same time explosive increase in prices, a hyperinflation, depreciation of savings of the population, Massachusetts impoverishment, sharp rise in crime. A barterization and criminalization of economy, Massachusetts unemployment, non-payments of salaries, pensions and social benefits, radical increase in social inequality, crisis of the social sphere, catastrophic falling of birth rate, sharp increase in mortality and considerable reduction of life expectancy of the population. Economic reforms of the 1990 years also led to a sharp slowdown of national economy.
The release of industrial output was reduced by 60%, and in the light and food industry production dropped by 70%, having been 30% of pre-reform level.
Boris Yeltsin is the first president of Russia. On October 3-4, 1993 in Moscow there was a power dispersal of the Congress of People's Deputies and the Supreme Council which caused the human victims. On October 9, 1993 the President stops powers of councils of People's Deputies of all levels, and in December the new Constitution of Russia which finally fixed change of a social and political system with her territories comes into effect. In 1994 in the territory of the Chechen Republic the conflict between the federal center and the Chechen separatists broke out. The withdrawal of Russian troops, Massachusetts destructions and the victims, de facto independence of Chechnya before the Second Chechen War and the terror wave which swept across Russia became results of this conflict.
Presidential elections of 1996 were only in the Russian history when the second round of elections as a result of which B.N.
Yeltsin, at the beginning of the pre-election race considerably lagging behind the opponent, was ahead of the leader of the Kiruk G.A. Zyuganov was necessary for definition of the winner. At the same time on elections considerable violations were noted. In the first half of the 1990th years a large number of the enterprises was privatized by voucher privatization and also through mortgage auctions. Nevertheless, it wasn't enough to meet a huge public debt.
On August 17, 1998 the government of the Russian Federation announced a default.
On December 31, 1999 Boris Yeltsin declared resignation from the presidency, having appointed the acting president of the Russian Prime Minister V. Putin. In March 2000 Vladimir Putin won elections and became the second president of the Russian Federation.
In the odd years in Russia a number of social and economic reforms was carried out.
Tax, land, pension, bank, monetization of social benefits and others. In 2008 in Russia growth of the Russian economy, investments, the income of the population was observed that was promoted by the undertaken reforms, political stability and also increase in prices for goods of the Russian export. Especially mineralno, a source of raw materials.
Introduction in 2007 of maternity capital as a form of stimulation of birth rate and support of large families played a significant role stabilization of the demographic sphere in Russia, to transition to expanded reproduction of the population.
Strengthening of a vertical of executive power in the country and formation of the ruling party which turned out as a result of merge of political blocs in United Russia which following the results of the Duma elections 2003, 2007, took 2011, 2016 the majority of places in the State Duma was observed and I supported key decisions of the president and the government.
Creation in 2000 of the system of federal districts and also reform of the Federation Council substantially strengthened an imperious vertical, having increased the level of controllability of the Russian management system.
In 2000 the active phase of war in Chechnya which remained as a part of Russia was finished. In 2009 in the territory of Chechnya the mode of counter-terrorist operation was officially cancelled. In 2008 Dmitry Medvedev became the president, and Vladimir Putin held the prime minister's post.
On August 8, 2008 armed conflict in South Ossetia as a result of which began Russia officially recognized Abkhazia and South Ossetia as the independent states, process of admission of Georgia in NATO considerably slowed down.
On December 4, 2011 State Duma elections of the sixth convocation by results of which ruling party United Russia kept parliamentary majority, but I lost constitutional took place. At Russian presidential elections on March 4, 2012 Vladimir Putin won in the first round. On May 7 I entered a position. On May 8 the State Duma agreed to Vladimir Putin to decry Medvedev's appointment the Prime Minister. After the State Duma elections repeated Massachusetts political actions of citizens of Russia began. They proceeded during the campaign for Russian presidential elections and after the presidential elections which took place on March 4, 2012 at which 5v. Putin officially won in the first round. Participants of the action said that elections were followed by violations of the law and Massachusetts falsifications. Performances also had anti-Putin focus. In February-March 2014 there was an annexation of the Crimea to the Russian Federation. As a part of Russian new subjects were formed. The Republic of Crimea and the federal city of Sevastopol. Ukraine and the majority of member countries of the Union I don't recognize. The annexation of the Crimea to Russia. See a problem of ownership of the Crimea. The Western countries announced against Russia sanctions. In reply Russia also applied sanctions policy for these countries. Assessment in the expert environment of efficiency of sanctions against Russia is opposite and includes assessment of both negative and positive effects of sanctions for social and economic development of Russia. At the same time since December 2014 in Russia social and economic crisis is observed. On September 30, 2015 the military operation of Russia began mines the terrorist groups and opposition in Syria. It voted amendments to the constitution which allowed Vladimir Putin to move forward on presidential post 2 more times were adopted and in case of a victory on the following elections, in the 2024 and 2030, to direct the country till 2036. The flag of Russia represents a rectangular panel from 3 equal horizontal strips. Top white, average, blue and lower, red color. The flag width relation to its length makes 2, 3. The Russian coat of arms represents quadrangular, with the rounded off bottom corners, the red heraldic board pointed in the extremity. In the golden two-headed eagle with the raised and spread wings is located. Eagle is topped with 2 small crowns and over them, 1 big crown, connected by a tape. In the right paw of an eagle, a scepter, in left the power. On a breast of an eagle, in a red board, the silver rider in a blue raincoat on a silver game striking with a silver spear of the black, overturned backwards and trampled by a horse dragon. The modern constitution of Russia adopted in 1993 works with a number of amendments, basic of which were accepted in 2008 and 2020. These amendments received a considerable international resonance. At the heart of the political system of Russia according to the constitution, there are following basic principles. Democracy, federalism, social state, division of the authorities, secular state, priority of the rights and freedoms of the person, local government, multi-party system, ideological and political diversity, rule of law, variety of forms of ownership, form of government and state system, state sovereignty.
According to researchers, public responsibility of carriers of the public power has to have subsidiary character and its bases have to be enshrined in the Constitution of the Russian Federation.
Detailed study and improvement of a legal mechanism of protection of bases of the constitutional system of the Russian Federation is necessary. The Russian Federation consists of the republics, regions, areas, the federal cities, the autonomous region, autonomous areas, equal territorial subjects of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation consists of the republics, regions, areas, the federal cities, the autonomous region. Autonomous areas, equal territorial subjects of the Russian Federation. Paragraph 1 of Article 5 of the Constitution of the Russian Federation. Russia, the state with federal structure, is a part of the Russian Federation. 85 equal territorial subjects of the Federation, including 22 republics, 9 edges, 46 areas, 3 federal cities, 1 autonomous region, 4 autonomous areas and 1 federal territory. The system of public authorities of territorial subjects of the Federation is defined by the general principles established by Federation. In each region there is a legislative, representative body, legislative assembly, a thought, and executive body, government. In all subjects there is a position of the highest official, the head, the governor, who are elected for the term of no more than 5 years and more than 2 terms in a row can't replace the specified position. The Russian Federation is also subdivided into 8 federal districts, in each of which the plenipotentiary of the Russian president works. Territorial subjects of the Federation have the administrative territorial division.
As a rule, the main administrative and territorial units as a part of the territorial subject of the Federation are areas and the city's regional, Republican, regional district.
Values. The head of state is the President of the Russian Federation, now Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Performed by duties of the head of state, the Russian Prime Minister renders to the President assistance, now Ms. Mikhail Vladimirovich Mishustin. The Russian Prime Minister holds the President's post in case of death or resignation of the last. The President is elected for a period of 6 years by a ballot on a general direct election. The same person can't hold the presidency more than 2 terms. The constitutional norms providing a 6-year term of office of the President are entered in 2008. Earlier the head of state was elected every 4 years. The President possesses a number of the major powers. Directs foreign policy, is the Supreme Commander Armed Forces, appoints with the consent of the State Duma of the Prime Minister, makes the decision on resignation of the government.
According to the proposal of the Prime Minister, appoints to the positions of Deputy Prime Ministers and Federal Ministers and also dismisses them.
The President heads the Security Council. Command of Armed Forces appoints and dismisses. His rights to propose for consideration of the State Duma candidacies to a position of the Chairman of the Central Bank, which isn't a part of the government. In case of aggression or direct threat of aggression, the President has the right to declare martial law in all territory of the country or in certain territories, but at the same time is obliged to inform immediately on the decision Federal Assembly. His rights of the publication of the decrees obligatory for execution in all territory of Russia. Decrees shouldn't contradict federal laws. Possesses also a number of other powers.
The President can be released from a position by the Federation Council on condition of promotion by the State Duma of charge of high treason or commission of other serious crime and existence of the positive conclusions of the Supreme and Constitutional vessels.
The supreme executive body of the government of the Russian Federation. Accountably to the President of the Russian Federation and under control State Duma. The government includes the chairman, deputy prime ministers. Supervise on several ministries and departments. Federal ministers. Head the ministries, supervise various state programs, or carry out special instructions. And the heads of departments who don't have a ministerial position, but officially equated to ministers of the status. The quantitative structure and structure of the government aren't regulated legislatively and are defined by the President. According to the Constitution, the legislature is carried out by Federal Assembly, the parliament consisting of two chambers of the Federation Council and the State Duma. In scientific literature these chambers are called top and lower respectively.
The Federation Council includes about 2 representatives from each territorial subject of the Federation and the representatives appointed by the President whose number makes no more than 30.
From them no more than 7 can be appointed for life. Also the Federation Council can include the former presidents of Russia. In 1993 members of the Federation Council were elected by the population. In 1995 their place was taken directly by governors, presidents,
and speakers of regional legislative assemblies, and since 2000 the appointed and elected representatives according to executive and legislative authorities of territorial subjects of the Federation.
The State Duma consists of 450 deputies. 225 deputies are elected on single candidate constituencies. 1 district, 1 deputy. Another 225 deputies on the federal constituency is proportional to the number of votes of the voters given for federal lists of candidates. Judicial authority is carried out only by courts. The Constitutional Court, courts of law led by the Supreme Court, and the arbitration courts which are also headed by the Supreme Court. The Constitutional Authorized courts work in some territorial subjects of the Russian Federation. The judicial system of territorial subjects of the Federation includes also magistrates. In activity of public authorities and officials, the Commissioner for Human Rights in the Russian Federation, Ombudsman, is called to carry out control of observance of the rights and freedoms of the person. This institute in the Russian practice is introduced for the first time by the Constitution of the Russian Federation of 1993. The E-paragraph of Part 1 of Article 103. Which establishes that the Commissioner for Human Rights is appointed by the State Duma and works according to the federal constitutional law. The representative at implementation of the powers is independent and isn't accountable to any public authorities and officials. As of February 7, 2019 in Russia 63 political parties were officially registered. For July 06, 2020 44 parties are registered, from them in the State Duma 6 are presented. The United Russia Party is founded in 2001 as a result of merging of political movements, Единство and Отечество via Russia. Costs on conservatism positions. The number of party -2 million people. 2012. At State Duma elections of 2016 I received 343 places, having kept provision of the dominating party. The chairman of the party, D.A. Medvedev. The Communist Party of the Russian Federation, Kirov, is founded in 1993 as the restored Communist Party of Rusfars. Positions itself the direct successor of the CSU. The number of party minus 156,000 people. 2012. On elections of 2016 I received 42 places. The chairman of the Central Committee of Party, G.A. Zyuganov. Dreyer. Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. It is founded in 1992. Adheres to the ideas of nationalism, patriotism and the theory of mixed economy. The number of party minus 247,000 people. 2016. On elections of 2016 I received 39 places. The chairman of the party minus 5. V. Zhirinovsky. The Just Russia Party. Social Revolutionaries. Is founded in 2006. Enters Socialist International. The number of party minus 160,000 people. 2016. On elections of 2016 I received 23 places. The chairman of the party, ASM. Mironov. The Rodina Party is founded in 2004. Adheres to ideology of the left nationalism. The number of party minus 135,000 people. 2004. On elections of 2016 I received 1 place. The chairman of the party, A. Zhuravlyev. The Civic Platform Party is founded in 2012. Adheres to ideology of conservatism and economic liberalism. The number of party minus 26,000 people. 2014. On elections of 2016 I received 1 place. The chairman of Federal Political Party Committee, R. Shi. Shaykhutdinov. Russia continued membership of the USSR in the Union, including the status of the permanent member of the Security Council, and in other international organizations, participation in international treaties of the USSR, assumed service of an external debt of the former USSR, passed all Soviet foreign assets to it in full.
In the international relations, Russia acts as the state successor of CCC, however this status is challenged by the certain states and remains a subject of a discussion in scientific community.
Russia, one of key participants of the international communication.
As one of 5 permanent members, the UNSC remains one of traditional great powers and bears the separate liability for maintenance of the international peace and security.
In 1997-2014 Russia was also included into a Group of 8, informal consolidation of economically developed states. Is a member of considerable number of other international organizations, including the Council of Europe and OSCE.
Its specific place is held by the organizations created on space of the former USSR, generally at the leading role of Russia.
SSS, STO, SCO. Russia together with Belarus make the Union State. In 2014, together with Belarus and Kazakhstan, became one of the founder countries of the Eurasian Economic Union. EU. The International Integration Economic Association. Union. Created based on the customs union of Eurosec. The EU functions since January 1, 2015. The foreign policy of Russia is defined by the President of the country and is performed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Russia pursues multi-vector foreign policy.
She maintains diplomatic relations with 190 member states of the Union, 2 partially recognized and 3 observers at the Union.
Has diplomatic missions in 144 countries. Russia has no diplomatic relations with Georgia since 2008. Bhutan and the Solomon Islands. The foreign policy of Russia is formed on the principles of good neighborhood with all countries within the multi-vector policy directed to creation of the multipolar world, excluding dictatorship of one country or group of the countries in world politics. Despite the polarized estimates of various aspects of foreign policy of Russia, her political opponents, some prominent Western researchers, Brzezinski, in general confirm its constructive orientation in the system of the international relations. With the Russian international passport, it is possible to drive without visa to 76 states of the world. In 32 states, it is possible to receive the visa automatically on arrival. To other states, including to the European Union countries, the USA, Canada, Great Britain, China, Japan, and other countries, the entry visa needs to be received beforehand. Sets a visa regime with the states of the world Russia on the basis of reciprocity. The Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. Russian Armed Forces. The state military organization making a basis of defense of the Russian Federation. According to Federal Law No.
61 Fs of May 31, 1996 above, defense armed forces are intended for reflection of the aggression directed against the Russian Federation for the armed protection of integrity and inviolability of the territory of the Russian Federation, and also for accomplishment of tasks according to federal constitutional laws, federal laws, and international treaties of the Russian Federation.
For March 5, 2010, in armed forces of Russia consisted 1 million people. The 5th place in the world. In 2010, from the budget, $40.3 billion were allocated for needs of army. The Russian armed forces are subdivided into 3 views: ground forces, aerospace forces, navy, and 2 independent types of military forces: strategic missile troops, airborne troops. Besides, they include MTO troops, military formations and bodies in which the military service, not entering types, and the independent families of armed forces is provided. Federal service of the National Guard troops of the Russian Federation. Troops of Civil Defense of Emercom of Russia. Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. Bodies of FSF of Russia, including Boundary. Bodies of SO of Russia, including Special Communication and Information. The Supreme Commander of Armed Forces is the President of the Russian Federation. Completing of armed forces is performed by the mixed method.
Via an appeal of citizens on military service by the exterritorial principle and by voluntary arrival of citizens of the Russian Federation and foreign citizens on military service. The appeal of citizens on military service is performed on the basis of Federal Law No.
53 Fs of March 28, 1998, about a conscription and military service. Male citizens aged from 18 up to 27 years are subject to an appeal. Service life since January 1, 2008, 12 months. On military service under the contract, citizens of the Russian Federation aged from 18 up to 40 years and foreign citizens aged from 18 up to 30 years are accepted. Contract term 3, 5 or 10 years. In 2018, Russia had available 1444 nuclear warheads, the second place after Shah. Nuclear forces are deployed in several environments and are the main guarantor of non-use against Russia of military force of other states. According to the military doctrine, the Russian Federation reserves the right of use of nuclear weapon in response to aggression with use of weapons of Massachusetts defeat and also on aggression with use of conventional arms, in a case when existence of the state is threatened. The economy of Russia takes the 6th place among the countries of the world and the 2nd among the countries of Europe, after Germany. On DDD amount on PPS, which in 2018 made $4.2 trillion.
Nominal DDD of Russia for 2019 was $17.02 billion. On this indicator, Russia takes the 11th place in the world. On DDD on PPS per capita, Russia for 2018 takes the 50th place. The contribution of the country to world economy reached 3.1% in 2019. Russia belongs to a group of the countries with very high level of human development, is a member of the UTO and EU. In 2018, growth of economy of Russia was 2.3%. In 2019, economic growth continued. The federal budget in 2019 is run with surplus of 1,967.6 billion rubles, or 1.8% of VVV. According to the International Monetary Fund, DDD of Russia per capita on PPS in 2016 was $26926. On this indicator, Russia is included into number 50 of the best countries of the world, advancing all CIS countries. According to the Expert Market Company, in the rating of the countries, 2016. On labor productivity level, Russia is in the 32nd place in the world, advancing all CIS countries. Industry structure of DDD of Russia, by data for 2011. Retail and wholesale trade minus 16.2%. Taxes on products minus 15.1%. Finance and services minus 14.0%. Manufacturing industry minus 13.6%. Mineral extraction minus 9.1%. Transport and communication minus 7.5%. Education and healthcare minus 5.7%. Construction minus 5.5%. State administration and military security minus 5.0%. Rural and forestry, fishery minus 3.6%. Power minus 3.2%.
For 1999-2008 growth of the gross domestic product, DDD, was 93.8%, the industries minus 79.1%, agriculture minus 39.7%.
As a result, in 2008 DDD of the country was 107% of the level of 1989, industrial production minus 85%.
In 1990 industrial production in comparison with 1989 made 99.9%, in 1991-2004 it was reduced by 30%, in 2005-2007 grew by 21.3%. Agricultural production minus 83.6%. DDD growth of Russia for 2010-2011 was 8.7%. Following the results of 2011, investments in Russia reached the level, record for the last 20 years, of $370 billion in a year. Thus, every day more than $1 billion were invested in economy of Russia. In total for the last 20 years in the Russian economy it was invested over $2.5 trillion. Monetary unit Russian ruble, an average rate for 2017, 58.3 rubles for $1 US. Change unit Kopek, 1/100th rubles. Currency issue is performed by the Central Bank of the country, the Central Bank of Russia. Unemployment rate of 5.0%, the employment level of the population of 59.3%. Data for February 2018. The nominal average salary of the worker in Russia following the results of January 2016 was 32122 rubles a month. The largest employer of Russia is the company Russian Railways, having in 2017 about 900,000 workers. For 2014 the share of industrial production in structure of DDD made 36.3%. Number occupied in the industry minus 27.8% of able-bodied population. The amount of the gross added value, GAV, and manufacturing industry of Russia in 2007 was $196 billion. On this indicator Russia is in the 9th place in the world. By 2011 VEDS grew to $252 billion. A share of the processing productions in the Russian industrial production minus 66%, by data for 2007. In the odd years in the Russian manufacturing industry there is a steady growth which was interrupted only for the global economic crisis of 2008-2009. From 1999 to 2011 the index of the processing productions in Russia increased by 82%, including the food industry, for 80%, production of machines and the equipment, for 74%, production of electric equipment, electronic and optical equipment, for 231%, production of vehicles and the equipment, for 29%, metallurgy, for 67%, chemical industry, for 62%. Thanks to the growth rates advance in average world, Russia managed to raise the share in the world added value of manufacturing industry from 0.9% in 2002 to 2.1% in 2010. In recent years on the amount of VEDS in manufacturing industry Russia bypassed such countries as Spain, Canada, Mexico, Indonesia. These countries advanced Russia as of 2002. Structure of manufacturing industry of Russia on production volume. Data for 2009. The food industry minus 19.3%. Mechanical engineering minus 19.1%. Production of coke and oil products minus 18.5%. Metallurgy minus 16.7%. Chemical production of rubber and plastic products minus 10.0%. Processing of wood and production of products from H3, pulp and paper production. Publishing and printing activity minus 5.0%. Production of other non-metallic mineral products minus 4.8%. Light industry minus 1.3%.
Among all industries of Russia, the strongest in relation to 1991 are the production of electric equipment, electronic and optical equipment, chemical production, processing productions and other productions, extraction of fuel and energy minerals.
Pulp and paper production. Forest resources of Russia, the world's largest. Publishing and printing activity. Metallurgical production and production of finished metal products. Defense industry. Production and power distribution, gas and water, by data till 2006. The volume of production of agriculture of all agricultural producers in November 2015 in the current prices was 471.2 billion rubles, in January-November 2015, 4,740.5 billion rubles. The amount of gross added value in agriculture, hunting and forestry of Russia minus 1.53 trillion rup. 2009. According to Rosstat, in 2007 the general gross product of agriculture of Russia made 2,099.6 billion rubles, from which 1,174.9 billion rubles, 55.96%, were the share of crop production, agriculture, and on livestock production minus 924.7 billion rubles. 44.04%. On categories of producers, most of all products gave personal subsidiary farms. 48.75% are for the amount of 1023. 6 billion rubles. On the second place, the agricultural organization. Collective farms, state farms, etc., which gave 43.76% to 918.7 billion rubles. Least of all made farms minus 7.49% are for the amount of 157.3 billion rubles. In Russia there are 10% of all arable lands of the world. Over 4/5 arable lands in Russia are the share of the Central Volga region, the North Caucasus, the Urals and Western Siberia. Main crops:
grain, sugar beet, sunflower, potatoes, flax.
Russia is the world leader in export of grain. The circle of consumers of the Russian wheat increased to 84 countries of Europe, Asia, Africa and South America. In Russia also meat, wool, livestock production is developed, meat and milk. In 2008 in Russia the permanent growth of annual production volumes of meat was observed. In its 2008 2.9 million tons were produced, that is 2.6 times more than an indicator of 1999. From 2002 to 2008 production of chicken meat in Russia trebled, having reached 2 million tons per year. In 2006 and 2016 there took place agricultural censuses. This service industry traditionally took the insignificant place in the Russian economy, including the Soviet period. However, from 1990 years its intensive development began. By 2015, the service industry share in DDD made 59.7%. It provided employment more than a half, 63%, of able-bodied population. The credit and financial system of Russia, having endured heavy shocks during crisis of 1998-1999, in general it was stabilized in the first half of the old years. In 2005, the Central Bank of the Russian Federation deployed the long-term program directed to minimization of number of the private banking institutions operating in the country, in particular, due to merge of the smallest of them and absorption small by larger. Net assets of 500 largest Russian banks for July 1, 2010 made 28.4 trillion rubles. $0.91 trillion. The international reserves of Russia made for May 1, 2017 $401 billion. The seventh place in the world. The public external debt of Russia for March 1, 2015 makes $54 billion. It equals only 3% of the amount of DDD of the country, that is one of the lowest indicators in the world. Attempts to weaken dependence of currency rate of ruble on the international oil prices are made. According to Rosstat, as of the end of 2011, the total amount of the saved up foreign investments in the Russian economy was $347 billion. According to World Factbook, as of December 31, 2014, the amount of the foreign investments which are saved up in Russia equaled $606 billion. The 16th place in the world. Internal tourism in 2017 made 55 million trips. Among 10 leading regions. Moscow region, Moscow, Primorsky Krai, Street. Petersburg, Republic of Tatarstan, Krasnodar and Altai regions, Kaliningrad, Volgograd and Kaluga regions. In 2018, as the Deputy Prime Minister Olga Golodets said at the Russian Investment Forum in Sochi, 60 million people traveled around Russia, that is 15% more in comparison with the 2017. In 2017, the number of consumers of sanatorium services in Russia decreased by 9.5% up to 5.59 million people. At the same time, because of reduction of the real income of the population in 2014, 2015 and rises in price of foreign permits, increase in a consumer interest to services of the Russian sanatoria in the territory of the Crimea, the Krasnodar, Stavropol and Altai regions is observed. According to Russian Federal Border Service, on the first quarter 2019, most of the foreigners who drove in the Russian Federation, natives of the countries of the former Soviet Union. Residents of Ukraine came to the Russian Federation is more often than other foreigners. 1.7 million people, minus 10.4% to indicators of the first quarter of last year. 870,000 people arrived from Kazakhstan. Height of 2.5%. 635,000 citizens from Uzbekistan. Height of 15%. 689,000 from Tajikistan. Height of 24.3%. China, with an indicator of 342,000 citizens, closes the 5 of the countries with the greatest number of the citizens who drove in the Russian Federation. According to data of 2019, the main flow of foreign tourists is formed at the expense of the following countries: China, South Korea, Israel, Germany, France, Italy, Thailand, Turkey, USA and Japan. Russia is divided into 12 large economic regions. Northwest, Northern, Central, Volga-Vyatka, Central Chernozem, Volga region, North Caucasian, Ural, West Siberian, East Siberian, Far East and Kaliningrad. The Crimea is not included in structure of any economic region.
The main oil and gas production is conducted in western and eastern Siberia.
Hydroelectric power stations, non-ferrous metallurgy and the forest industry in eastern Siberia. The Far East is allocated with gold mining and diamonds, fishing and production of seafood. In the northern area, procurement of the wood and fishing belong to primary branches: coal production, oil, gas, apatites, nickel and other metals, and also Northwest, Central, Volga-Vyatka, Ural and Volga region districts are allocated with the developed mechanical engineering, the chemical, light, food industry, power and the service industry. The Central Chernozem area and the North Caucasus have the developed agriculture and the food industry. The Kaliningrad region has the developed service industry, fishery and tourism.
The electric power provided about 99% of the population of the country.
The national needs for electricity are satisfied almost completely at the expense of own capacities. A small part of the made electric power goes for export. On power production amount, Russia takes the third place in the world. The most part of the electric power, -67.79%, is developed on thermal power plants, including 44.9% with use of coal, 26.5% oil and 15.8% natural gas. 20.35% of production fall to the share of hydroelectric power stations, 11.80% to a share of nuclear power plants. About 0.03% are the share of solar power. Less than 0.01% are the share of wind power stations.
The amount of foreign trade in 2016 was $424.4 billion at positive balance of $94.2 billion.
Export volume -$259.3 billion, import -$165.1 billion. Respectively the 19th and 24th place in the world. Main items of export are oil and oil products, natural gas, metals, wood and products from H3, chemicals and a wide range of civil and military industrial output. Mainly the equipment, vehicles, pharmaceutical products, plastic, metal semi-finished products, meat, fruit and nuts, optical and medical tools, iron, steel are imported. The main consumers of the Russian export are, as of 2015, the Netherlands, 11.9% of total amount. China, 8.3%. Germany, 7.4%. Italy, 6.5%. Turkey, 5.6%. More. A sheep part of import arrives from China, 19.2%. Germany, 11.2%. The USA, 6.4%. Belarus, 4.8%. Italy, 4.6%. The amount of the direct foreign investments in the Russian economy for 2016 is about $348 billion. The 20th place in the world. The Russian investors abroad placed about $359.3 billion. The 19th place in the world. According to a research of the World Bank for 2015, in the rating of ease of business, Russia takes the 62nd place, while in 2014 she took the 92nd place. There is an opinion that the economy of Russia has strong dependence on the prices of energy resources. Some experts believe that Russia is sick with the Dutch disease, that is the strongest dependence of economy on export of two types of raw materials. There is even an opinion that huge stocks of natural resources prevent to modernize production, that turns into a so-called damnation of resources.
However, in 2003 the Expert magazine wrote that too strong communication of the Russian economic growth with the oil prices is delusion.
The magazine gave calculations of the IMF, according to which a deposit of the oil prices are no more than 40% of the Russian growth, other 60% result of growth of domestic market.
According to the Ministry of Economic Development, the contribution of the oil prices to GDP growth of Russia in 2007 was 1.4% from 8.1%.
The transport system of Russia is characterized by the transport network, which is insufficiently developed for the huge country, though is one of the most extensive in the world, including over 124,000 km of the railroads, 1 million km of highways, 230,000 km of the main pipelines, 100,000 km of river navigable ways.
Huge spaces and severe climate predetermined paramount value for Russia of all weather types of land transport, railway and pipeline.
On them the main amount of cargo work falls. The water transport plays in Russia considerably a smaller role because of the short navigation period. In 2010 goods turnover of transport made 4.75 trillion ton, came from which 42% were the share of railway transport, pipeline -50%, automobile -4%. 1%, sea -2.1%, internal water -1.1%, air -0.1%. The passenger turnover of public transport in 2010 made 484 billion passenger kilometers, from them 30%, bus -29%, railway -29%, the subway -9% were the share of air transport. A steady trend of the last years is increase in a share of air transport in a passenger turnover. On a growth in comparison with 2000 by 3 times. And decrease in a share of railway transport. Russia possesses the developed telecommunication network, including fixed and mobile communication, network of internet service providers. In the rating of development of information and communication technologies made by the International Telecommunication Union, Russia is in the 38th place in the world, advancing all CIS countries. On the level of development of the electronic government, Russia is in the 27th place in the world. Railway transport in Russia began to develop actively in the middle of the 19th century. The first large railway line, St.
Petersburg, Moscow, became operational in 1851.
In Russia, the longest railroad in the world is constructed. As of 2012, the railroads are available in 78 of 83 subjects of Russia. Total length of operational length of railway tracks is 124,000 km, including 86,000 km of public ways, 43,000 km, and 38,000 km of ways of uncommon use. In territories of the enterprises and in places of development of minerals are electrified.
The average density of the railroads is 7.3 km by 1,000 km.
Territories. Russia takes the second place on the total length of railway tracks, ceding only the USA. 194. 7,000 km. And the first place on the extent of the electrified roads. In Russia, as the fundamental standard of width of a railway track, width of 1520 m is accepted. On the island of Sakhalin, owing to the historical reasons, width of a track is 1067. Standard length of rails minus 12.5 and 25 meters are also available jointless ways. In the European part of the country, the railway system has a radial appearance and rather high density. The railroads meet to Moscow. In an Asian part, the railway system has width pro-deleting and small density. On the railroads there are about 20,000 locomotives, 100,000 cargo and 70,000 cars.
In 2007 the amount of transportation of goods by the public railroads was
1.34 billion t, by the railroads not of general use minus 3.68 billion t, goods turnover of the public railroads made 20.90 billion t km. The railroads not of general use minus 33.8 billion t km, the amount of transportations of passengers without the subway and the tram. Minus 1282 million people, a passenger turnover was 175 billion passenger km. Control of the railroads is exercised by Federal Agency for Railway Transport of the Russian Federation.
Economic functions on the vast majority of the railroads belong to JESK Russian Railways, which is one of the largest transport companies in the world.
The railway system belonging to JESK Russian Railways is divided between 16 of its branches. In the largest cities, tram and trolleybus traffic is also adjusted. Operational length of tram lines is 2.6 thousand km, trolleybus minus 4.9 thousand km. One of the most extended tram networks in the world. Street. Petersburg. 500 km. Has. In 7 largest cities, Moscow, Street. Petersburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Samara, Yekaterinburg, Novosibirsk and Kazan, there is a subway. Total operational length of ways of the subway is 475 km.
The marine transport of Russia possesses a leading role in interstate goods turnover. Its importance is defined by provision of Russia on coast of 12 seas of 3 oceans and 42,000 km seaboard along.
The general goods turnover of 63 Russian seaports in 2007 made 451 million tons. The main share of freights is made by oil and oil products. In 2006, goods turnover of the marine transport made 48 billion t km, a passenger turnover minus 30 million passenger km, 173,000 cargo and 6,000 passenger and freight sea vessels are registered. Through the Arctic Ocean there passes the Northern Sea Route, the shortest seaway between the European part of Russia and the Far East. River transport plays a large role in the economy of Russia. Length of internal water navigable ways is 200,000 km. Specific weight of river transport in the general goods turnover is 3.9%. In 2006 its goods turnover made 58 billion t km, a passenger turnover minus 0.6 billion passenger km, 6.5 thousand cargo and 600 passenger and freight river crafts were registered.
The basic in Russia is the Volga-Kama river basin, of which 40% of goods turnover of the river fleet are the share.
Thanks to Volga-Baltic, White Sea-Baltic and Volga-Don, two canals Volga, there was a core of a single water system of the European part of Russia, and Moscow, port of five seas. Northern Двина, Sukhona, Onega, Svera, Neva treat other important navigable rivers of the European Russia. In an Asian part of Russia, the major navigable rivers are Ob, Yenisei, Lena, Amur. By 2010, the extent of highways in Russia exceeded 1 million km, including the extent of roads with a hard surface minus 786,000 km. Length of roads of federal importance is 50,000 km. In 2008, the motor transport transported 6.9 billion t of freights. Goods turnover of transport made 216 billion t km. From 2000 to 2008, the amount of transportation of goods on the motor transport increased by 17%, goods turnover, for 41%. On the total length of highways, Russia exceeds all European countries, except France, and takes the 7th place in the world. In relation to population density of highways with a hard surface in Russia is about 5.3 km on 1,000 inhabitants. There is a problem of shortage of highways and bridges, especially in east and northern regions of the country. In Russia there is an active growth of automobilization of the population. If in 2000 the number of cars made 20 million, then by 2010 their number grew to 34 million. The total number of the cars which are officially registered in the country for 2010 reached 40 million, from them cargo 5.4 million. Automobilization level in Russia was in 2009 270 cars on 1,000 inhabitants. The number of the road accidents makes about 200,000, in which about 27,000 people perish a year. The damage from road accident is about 2.5% of VVV. The death toll on 100,000 cars is one of the lowest in the CIS countries, and in recent years is reduced. From 2004 to 2011, the death toll in road accident decreased by 19%, with a growth of fleet of vehicles for the same period for 35%. Civil air traffic was adjusted in the first quarter of the 20th century. The first airfield on the Hadinsky Field in Moscow was opened in 1910. As of 2013 in the country there are 18 airports, the 5th place in the world, and also the 49th helicopter aerodrome. At the same time, the 594th airport has the asphalted or concreted runways and 624 soil. 46 airlines of various patterns of ownership work. As of the beginning of 2012, as a part of the operating park of the Russian airlines, there were 605 main and 340 regional passenger planes, 32 planes of a Class A business jet, and also 127 cargo aircrafts. In 2011, the amount of transportation of goods by the air transport was 83.39 million tons, goods turnover of transport made 49.16 billion t-km. For 2011, 64.06 million passengers were transported, the passenger turnover of transport made 166.7 billion passenger km. In tables, the largest airports of Russia with a passenger turnover more than 1.5 million people for 2016. In 1,000 passengers are listed below. On extent of providing the population with means of communication, Russia is in the highest group of the moderately developed countries. However, in the odd years, high positive dynamics, in particular in the field of telephone communication, was characteristic of this sector.
Level of penetration of cellular communication increased from 5% in 2001 to almost general scope now.
Very quickly also access for the population to the internet extends. If in 2000 no more than 1% of the population had it, then in 2007 this indicator was 8.9%, and in 2009 already 16.1%. Now Russia is the country, largest in Europe, on number of internet users.
At least once a week 58% of the population of the country use the computer, approximately the same part of the population uses the internet.
Though these indicators are slightly lower than in the European Union, but this gap is quickly reduced. Broadband internet access has more than 40% of the population of Russia. In 2010 35%, in 2009 25% had it. At the same time, the average speed of broadband connection in Russia considerably exceeds the average world indicators. In Russia, the program of safety of functioning of the internet in the territory of Russia in cases of various critical situations works. Runet, a Russian-speaking part of the internet. Narrower determination. The Runet is the part of the World Wide Web belonging to national Russian domains of RU and RAR. Quantity of internet hosts, 3.7 million in the zone. RU, 788,000 in the zone. RAR.
March 2012.
Number of internet users. 52 million.
March 2012. In the middle of 2009, FOM published data of a new research and reported that the semi-annual audience of the Internet among the population at the age of 18 years and is more senior makes 33%, 37.5 billion people. The reference book of CIA on the countries of the world specifies that in Russia the quantity of Internet hosts in 2010 was 10.3 million, and the number of Internet users as of 2009 stepped over a mark of 40 million that puts Russia on this indicator on the 10th position in the world. By estimates of FOM, the monthly audience of the Internet among users is more senior than 18 years as of the end of 2009, the beginning of 2010.
Moscow, the capital and the largest city of Russia with the population 12,655,050 persons. Following the results of the national census conducted in October 2010, the population of Russia made people. For January 1, 2021, according to Rosstat, in Russia there were 146,171,015 permanent residents. Russia thus is Europe, which is the most inhabited by the country and takes the 9th place in the world by the number of inhabitants.
Population density -8.54 people/km.
2021.
The population is distributed extremely unevenly. 68.53% of Russians live in the European part of Russia, making 20.82% of the territory. Among territorial subjects of the Federation, the greatest population density is registered in Moscow -4,941.45 people/km. The smallest in Chukotka Autonomous Okrug -0.07 people/km. 2021.
There is a big gap between the geographical center of the country, the center of the made habitable lands, and the center of resettlement. If the geographical center of the country is in Evenkia, and the center of the made habitable lands between Novosibirsk and Omsk, then the population center of gravity in Bashkortostan recedes from the Belou River on the southwest in recent years. Urban population -74.95%, rural -25. 44%. 2021.
As of January 1, 2020, 173 cities had the population numbering more than 100,000 people, from which 15 cities have the population numbering more than 1 million people, and 38 more than 500,000 people have the population.
Settlements with population more than 1 million people. Moscow 12,655,050. Street Petersburg 5,384,342. Novosibirsk 1,620,162. Yekaterinburg 1,495,066. Kazan
1,257,341.
Nizhny Novgorod 1,244,254. Chelyabinsk 1,187,960. Samara 1,144,759. Omsk 1,139,897. Rostov-on-Don 1,137,704. Ufa 1,125,933. Krasnoyarsk 1,092,851. Voronezh 1,050,602. Perm Volgograd 1,004,763. Almost all post-Soviet period decrease in population was characteristic of Russia.
In the odd years, rates of decrease began to be reduced in connection with growth of birth rate and falling of death rate.
Since 2009 the population began to grow at. In 2018 and 2019 in Russia there was a decline in population, death rate exceeded birth rate. A 2020 reduction on 352.5 thousand people is expected, and for the period till 2024 the population of Russia can be reduced in total by 1.2 million, reaching positive rates of a gain is supposed only in 2030. Age structure of the population. Average age of the resident of Russia is 39 years. Indicator of a ratio of floors -0. 86 men on 1 woman. Changes of this indicator in various age groups in general corresponds to a universal trend: 1.06 at the birth, 1.06 for persons 15 years, 0.91 from 15 to 64 years or younger, and 0.43, 65 years or more senior. Age structure 0, 14 years.
15.1%. Men minus 11.9 million / women minus 10.4 million. 15-64 years. 72.0%. Men minus 48.9 million / women minus 53.3 million. 65 years and more. 12.9%. Men minus 5.7 million / women minus 12. 6 million. 2010. Middle age. The general. 38.7 years. Men. 35.5 years. Women. 41. 9 years. 2011.
Most of citizens, the hired employees having the average level of income, the social group having low and very low income is about 30% of the total number of the population. Some growth of number of wealthy citizens is observed. Representatives of average social groups have possibilities of vertical social mobility.
The social elevator. At the same time, the highest social group remains rather closed. Russia is in the course of a universal trend of increase in concentration of public income within the highest social group.
From January to May 2017 in Russia 679.2 thousand children were born, showed data of Rosstat, that is the quantity of given rise dropped almost by 11%.
According to data of a population census of 2010, representatives more than 200 nationalities,
ethnic groups
live in Russia.
Importance of this fact is displayed in a preamble to the Constitution of the Russian Federation. About 80% of the population of Russia are made by Russians.
Russians are settled on the territory of the country unevenly.
In some regions, such as Chechnya, make less than 2% of the population. The people of Russia speak more than 100 languages and dialects belonging to Indo-European, Altai and Ural language families, the Caucasian and Paleo-Oetsky language groups. The most widespread languages are the Russian, Tatar, Chechen, Bashkir, Ukrainian and Chuvash languages. Russian is native approximately for 130 million citizens of Russia. 92% of the population of Russia. The most widespread language in Russia is Russian. It is also a state language of the Russian Federation according to Article 68 of the Constitution. The number of carriers of 8 more languages in the Russian Federation exceeds 1 million people.
The republics in its structure have the right to establish the state languages and, as a rule, have this right.
So, for example, in the Karachay-Cherkess Republic, in addition to Russian, the Abazin, Karachay, Nogay and Circassian languages have the status of state. In 2009 UNESCO recognized 136 languages in the territory of Russia being under the threat of disappearance. De jure Russia is the secular state. The Constitution guarantees freedom of worship, including the right to profess individually or together with others any religion or not to profess any, to freely choose, have and extend religious and other beliefs and to work according to them. Article 148 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation provides criminal liability for illegal hindrance of activity of the religious organizations or to commission of religious practices. The Federal Law of July 11, 2001 about political parties prohibits creation of those, among other things, on signs of religious affiliation. In Russia there live Christians, mainly Orthodox Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Jews, and also representatives of other religious trends.
According to survey VIAM conducted in January 2010, the share of the citizens of Russia considering themselves Orthodox Christians increased for 2009 from 70 to 75%.
Since the end of the 1990th years, the public discussion about admissibility of introduction to programs of public schools of bases of Orthodox culture is conducted. The subject is entered since April 1, 2010 in 19 regions in the experimental mode. Official statistics about a share of the residents of Russia practicing various religions is absent. Last time the question of religion was raised by a population census of 1937. However, by assessment VIAM in August-September 2007, a half of citizens of Russia considered itself believers, among them 10% regularly visit church, observe all ceremonies and rituals, and 43% go to church only on holidays and do not observe all ceremonies and rituals. A third of respondents, 31%, allows existence of God, but is interested in church life a little. The convinced atheists make only 6% of respondents, and 8% do not think on the relation to religion. The prevailing motivation for inclination to religion: people reach for religion because this familiarizing with national tradition, belief of ancestors. The most Massachusetts religion in Russia, in median numbers of various polls at a boundary of 2007 and 2008, Orthodoxy. 66-67% of respondents consider themselves its adherents. 5-6% Muslims. Carry no more than 1-2% of respondents to any other religion of. Also, according to survey VIAM conducted on August 25, 26, 2007, more than a half of citizens of Russia, 55%, consider that future president of Russia from all religious organizations should give preference to Russian Orthodox Church. At the same time, 45% believe that it is not obligatory for at most to be the religious person, but it is necessary to show the respectful relation to the Russian Church, to help it and to attend festive church services. Protection of public health in Russia. Set of the measures of political, economic, legal, social, cultural, scientific, medical, sanitary and hygienic and anti-epidemic character directed to preserving and strengthening of physical and mental health of each person, maintenance of his long active life, providing medical care to it in case of loss of health. The number of medical institutions at the end of 2007 made about 6.8 thousand, hospital beds minus 15.22 thousand. 107.2 on people of the population.
In 2017, the quantity of hospital beds was reduced to 1.2 million.
From 2000 to 2015, the number of hospitals in Russia was reduced twice, from 10.7 to 5.4 thousand.
According to National League of Protection of Patients, in Russia about 500,000 people as a result of rendering low-quality medical care to them annually die.
According to data of Federal Compulsory Health Insurance Fund of Medical Insurance, about 10% of all rendered medical services are covered in a year at a share of medical mistakes. The number of private clinics in Russia does not exceed 5-10% of their total. In Russia, 707,000 doctors of various specialties. For the end of 2007. According to the Russian Ministry of Health, 2016. In Russia 543.6 thousand doctors of various specialties. In 2016, expenses on healthcare in Russia made about 3.6% of GDP, that below an average on new countries. 7.2%. And owed 6.5%. According to BRICS, exceed expenses in China 3.1%. And India 1.4% of GDP.
But despite reduction of bed fund, the number of hospital beds at the rate on 1,000 people in Russia are 1.6 times higher than on average in the EU.
In 2011-2017 there was a decrease in infantile death rate by 36%. In 2011-2017 within the National Health Project about 300 polyclinics, 1,800 infirmaries, about 600 specialized points for assistance at a heart attack and a stroke were constructed. According to the report, 2014.
Of the consulting Bloomberg company, Russia by criteria of quality and efficiency of healthcare took the last 51st place, while in 2013 it did not correspond to criteria of rating.
In the report for 2015, national healthcare system rose in rating by 2 positions, having borrowed 49 the 50th place.
During 2010-2014 there was a considerable decrease in level of infantile death rate.
Infantile death rate in Russia became lower than in many European countries, that demonstrates progress of the Russian healthcare system in the field. According to experts, the Prof. Korchaskinov H.
In Russia, the number of the sanatorium organizations and a number of people which received sanatorium treatment that testifies to low availability of sanatorium treatment to the population decreases from year to year.
Because of the ban of replacement therapy for drug addicts and lack of sexual education in Russia, epidemic of which proceeds. Russia is the leader in rates of spread of HIV in Europe. On life expectancy of the population, Russia takes the 110th place, 2015. The 105th place, 2017. That correlates with the low total costs of healthcare in Russia. However, for the last 12 years, average life expectancy in Russia increased approximately for 6 years, having reached indicators of the Soviet Union of 1989, and having made in 2016 71.87 years.
According to data of the medical magazine The Lancet for 2016, Russia is at the 119th place among the countries of the world in the rating of health of the population.
According to the head of Center for Strategic Research A. Kudrin, Russia is among outsiders on the level of health of male population. According to a research of the international analyst company The Economist Intelligence Unit, 2016. The Russian model of healthcare by criterion of efficiency and orientation on result is in the end of rating. At the level of Nigeria, Brazil and the Republic of South Africa, that is connected with reduction of real financing of the Russian healthcare and influences the life quality level, on which Russia in this rating takes the 72nd place from 80. According to the report of the Union estimating happiness level in the country on the basis of the amount of complex indicators of level of security, health, education, satisfaction with life, Russia in 2017 was in the 49th place in the world, bypassing all republics of the former USSR except for the countries of the Baltics. In 2018, Russia moved to the 59th place.
According to Rosstat, as of the end of the quarter 2016 in Russia there were 23 million people with incomes below the poverty line, that makes about 15.4% of all population of the country. Andrew polls of research holding Romer show that for conditionally normal life, to average Russian family of 3 people in which 2 work needs to have a monthly income from 70 to 80,000 rubles, or from 23 to 27,000 rubles per month on each family member.
As appears from data of Rosstat, in 2015 income lower than 15,000 rubles a month was gained by 29.4% of the population, or about 43 million citizens, or approximately twice more than an official indicator of poverty.
The Deputy Prime Minister Olga Golodets said that the actual level of poverty in Russia is much higher than the official level, which is calculated on the basis of statistical data.
Also, Golodets noticed that in Russia the unique phenomenon, the working poor, is fixed. In rating on comfort level for pensioners, Russia takes the 40th place from the 43rd. The gap between the richest layers, the top 10% of the population, and the poorest 10% made 16 times in 2013. In 20 years, stratification increased 4 times. According to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, in January-September 2020, 1,540.2 thousand crimes are registered, that is 1.2% more than for the same period of 2019. As a result of criminal encroachment, 17.5 thousand people died. Heavy harm is done to health of 27.1 thousand people. 39.3% of the dead, 6.9 thousand people, are the share of rural areas.
On the cities and urban type settlements, -67.6% of persons to which health heavy harm,
18.3 thousand people, is done. The schedule of number of the committed crimes, the identified persons who committed crimes and offenders in Russia in 1961-2013. For comparison, for 2011 law enforcement bodies considered 24.61 million applications, messages and other information on incidents. Almost according to every 12th message. 8.1%. The decision on initiation of legal proceedings is made. As a result of criminal encroachments died 40.1 thousand people. 4.5%. Heavy harm, 2.8%. is done to health of 49.4 thousand people. 41.0% of the dead, 16.4 thousand people, are the share of rural areas. On the cities and settlements which are not the centers of subjects of federations, -35.8%. Persons to whose health heavy harm, -17.7 thousand persons is done. According to Rosstat, in 2010 in Russia 1800 crimes per 100,000 persons, in terms of all population of 2.63 million crimes are registered. In 2011 16.4 thousand murders were registered, that is 12% less than in 2010.
After crisis in labor market during a shock therapy of the 1998 years, the resumed growth of economy allowed to reduce unemployment rate and to increase employment of the population. As of March 2013, the number of economically active population in Russia was 75.2 million people.
It makes about 53% of the total number of the population of the country, including 71.0 million people were engaged in economy and 4.3 million people, 5.7%, were not employed but actively looked for work. At the same time, various regions of Russia also strongly differ on the employment level, unemployment, and on the level of attraction of foreign labor power. In 2013 in Russia, according to the ILO, there were 137 million unemployed. In spite of the fact that women in Russia are actively engaged in economy, still many employers practice obvious discrimination on gender and age in Russia. In addition to schematic discrimination, other problem of employment in Russia, despite the low level of unemployment, is quite wide circulation of employment in the informal sector of economy, which strongly increased after reorganization. This phenomenon has pluses and minuses. According to poll of VIAM, unemployment is one of the social problems of Russia concerning the population. Since 1989, the American non-governmental organization of Freedom House annually from three possible options: free, partially free, and not free, awarded Russia the status partially free the countries. In 2004, Russia was ranked as category of not free countries. All at the time there were 49 not free countries. 54 countries and completely free -89 were recognized partially free. Dynamics of level of freedom of the press in Russia. Freedom House. For comparison, data on the DDR and Sweden are shown. In 2005, Russia was announced by completely not free country, having taken the 158th place from 194. According to the organization, the Russian authorities use legal and economic pressure and also threats of physical violence to prevent emergence in media of the critical information on especially sensitive issues, such as, for example, conflict in Chechnya. According to the report published in 2006 about provision of media in Russia, government control over TV channels in 2005 became tougher, and the threat of violence is the greatest danger to free journalists. In 2009, Russia fell by the 174th place in rating from 195 countries. For 2008, the rating of freedom in Russia according to House was 5.5. The best value in this rating is 1.0. For example, Canada. The worst -7. 0. For example, the DDR. According to this rating, Russia still belongs to the category of not free countries. According to Public Chamber of the Russian Federation and the Russian Foreign Ministry, reports of the Freedom House organization are prejudiced and non-objective, and the organization is the tool of policy Shah. In 2016, Russia gains 35 points from 100. For 2017-2019 on the general level of freedom, Russia gains 20 points from 100, remaining not free. The rating of Freedom House. According to other organization, Reporters Without Borders, in 2008 Russia took the 141st place from 173 in the rating of freedom of the press. In March 2008, the TV reporter Vladimir Posner, working at Channel 1 of the state television of Russia, speaking at the meeting of the Civic Chamber of the Russian Federation devoted to questions of morals and morality on domestic television, said that in Russia there is no freedom of speech. In 2011, Posner for the first time officially recognized existence on the Russian television of stop lists, lists of people who cannot be invited for participation in telecasts. In particular, since 2010, access to federal TV channels because of strict censorship was closed for Boris Nemtsov, Garry Kasparov, Mikhail Kosynovov, Edward Limonov, Alexei Navalny and other oppositionists.
According to Posner in May 2015, in spite of the fact that Nemtsov was at the peak of popularity and was of undoubted interest to TV viewers, he could not invite the politician to an air in the author's program on Channel 1 owing to the strict bans, though it very much wanted and many times tried to make it.
The television most is exposed to political censorship, the film critic Irina Petrovskaya believes. The criticism and objectionable materials, in due time, are not lit. For example, Massachusetts protests began to light on December 4, 2011, only in a week. On the Russian television there is no political satire. That is an important sign of democracy, as the power does not accept it in the address on TV screens. Same caused defeat of old NTV after on TV channel Crumbs showed Putin's doll in image, Kofanovsky Tsakisa.
In February 2012, a part of the air about a dispute between Tina Kandelaki and Vladimir Posner on Alexei Navalny's admission on television was cut out from the Posner talk show.
A part of air was shown in east part of the country, but it reached the European only in the cutoff type. Later, at a press conference on an occasion of this incident, Posner confirmed that censoring of air actually took place.
As Posner explained, in studio there is always a person who gives information to the CEO who then excludes deserted personnel.
On corruption level, the International Organization of Transparency International gave to Russia less than 3 points. 2011, 1996. That according to this organization is very bad indicator.
However, according to the research of the British audit company Ernst & Young conducted in the spring of 2012 for 2011, corruption risks in Russia considerably decreased and in many parameters became below the average world level. Over 1,500 top managers of the largest companies from 43 countries of the world participated in a research of Ernst & Young.
So, if in 2011 39% of the managers interviewed in Russia expressed the need to bribe cash for protection of business or achievement of corporate benefits, then in 2012 such there were 16%.
At the end of 2011, the international consulting company PricewaterhouseCoopers and the Transparency International organization published reports according to which corruption scales in Russia are reduced. In the report of PUNET is noted that a wide public response which is caused by the subject and measures taken by the Russian government and the legal framework and also work in the companies on strengthening of systems of ensuring compliance and forming in employees of culture of an ethical behavior, all this bears fruit.
The head of Team24 Bank Mikhail Zadanov said that, according to him, corruption level in Russia is higher now than in the 1990s. By estimates of the International Organization of Certified Public Accountants of ACA, Russia is in the 5 of the countries with the highest level of shadow economy.
Concerning fight against corruption, the State Office of Public Prosecutor of the Russian Federation reported on dismissal in 2018 of 1303 officials in connection with corruption investigations. For a lack of political will to real changes, anti-corruption is doomed to remain a cargo cult. The authorities which are responsible for anti-corruption and also local amendments to the legislation are not capable to change cardinally a situation in our country. For this purpose it is necessary to build the inclusive system of coordination of interests of public actors which will not allow the power to make rash decisions for the benefit of a narrow group of persons, and undominant.
The director of the Transparency International Peace Center considers receiving the main general education according to the Constitution of the Russian Federation is obligatory. The parents or persons replacing them are obliged to provide children of the main general education. In total in Russia 31.5 million people study. 2016. Level of literacy of adult population. 2015. Minus 99.8%.
The education system in modern Russia includes preschool, general and professional education.
The general education has levels.
Initial, average and senior, and also includes vocational,
correctional, and additional education of children. Professional education is also divided into levels. Initial, average and the highest, and also includes postgraduate and additional professional education. The main types of educational institutions in Russia are preschool education, up to 6-7 years. Day nursery, kindergarten. Primary education, 6-11 years, 1-4 class.
School, lyceum, gymnasium, boarding school.
Secondary general education, 12-16 years, 5-9 class.
School, lyceum, gymnasium, school, boarding school.
Senior complete. General education, 16-18 years, 10-11 class.
School, lyceum, gymnasium, school, boarding school.
Primary professional education, professional school, professional lyceum, educational and course plant. Point center. Secondary professional education, after the 9th class. Technical school, college. Senior and postgraduate professional education. Institute. Was. Academy, university. In Russia in 2005/06 academic year 60.5 thousand educational institutions functioned. Elementary, main and complete high schools, boarding schools, gymnasiums, lyceums, etc. According to 2015. In them over 15.6 million pupils. 2018. Study.
At the same time, about 2,000 educational institutions in which 0.3 million people study are special, that is, are intended for children with limited opportunities of health and development.
About 5,000 educational institutions or organizations of primary professional education in which over 1.5 million people study. About 300 such educational institutions are created at correctional institutions of the Ministry of Justice. Due to the demographic recession, the number of pupils decreases the last years. In the country, about 7 million students, including 3 5 million on full-time departments, and 1068 higher education institutions, including 413 non-state. 2005. Besides, there are 2.9 thousand secondary vocational education institutions, including 217 non-state, in which about 2.5 million people study. Organizations of professional education according to the legislation should undergo periodic certification, licensing and the state accreditation. The educational institutions which do not have the state accreditation have no right to issue education documents, diplomas, certificates of the state sample, but not having licenses at all have no right to conduct educational activity. The concept, certifications, belongs not to organizations, and to educational programs and also to university graduates and average educational institutions. Since 2008, a Massachusetts transfer of the higher education to a two-level system is made. The Bachelor, the Master. See Bologna process. The single-level system, with obtaining qualification, specialist, remains for some professions and the directions of education, for example, medical or having defensive value. According to the Union, Russia takes the first place in the world by the number of the citizens getting engineering education. From 2010 to 2017 in Russia, the number of free budgetary places in higher educational institutions increased. 2010, 43.43%. 2017, 49.91%. But at the same time the cost of paid training considerably increased, that is contrary to a universal downward tendency of a payment in higher educational institutions and, according to some researchers, reduces the general availability of the higher education in Russia. In the rating of the national higher education systems, 2017. According to the international network of the Universitas 21 universities, Russia takes the 33rd place. According to the rating of the countries of the world on education level, Education Index, 2018. The combined indicator of the Programme of Organization Development of the United Nations, PODAN, counted as the index of literacy of adult population and the index of a cumulative share of the pupils getting an education. Russia takes the 32nd place in the world. According to the rating of efficiency of national education systems, Global Index of Cognitive Skills and Educational Attainment, 2016. The rating measuring achievements of the countries of the world in education according to the British company Pearson Education, and Russia takes the 34th place. The Sciences Social Institute arose in Russia at Peter I. when several expeditions, including Vitus Bering and Vasily Tatishchev, the first Russian historiographer, were sent them to Siberia and America. In 1725 the St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences was open. The Russian Academy of Sciences, the main organizational center of fundamental science in the Russian Federation now. At the university on the basis of which the St. Petersburg University opened later was open. The big contribution to development of the Russian science was made by the academician Mikhail Lomonosov, whose authorship possesses weight. Conservation law. In 1755, on the basis of Lomonosov's project and under the patronage of I. 1. Shuvalov, the Moscow University was founded. In the 17th, 19th centuries there were universities in Derptat, Vilna, Kazan and Kharkiv. By the end of the 19th century the structure of the universities was replenished: Warsaw, Kiev, Odessa and Tomsk. D. 1. Mendeleev opened in 1869 one of fundamental laws of the nature, the periodic law of chemical elements. In 1904 I.P. Pavlov was conferred the Nobel Prize for works in the field of digestion physiology. In 1908 I. 1. Mechnikov for researches of mechanisms of immunity. In 1909 the university in Saratov was founded. Scientists from Russia became founders of the following new scientific directions: the physical chemistry, M. Lomonosov, D. Mendeleev. Organic chemistry, one of founders, A. Butlerov. Non-Euclidean geometry, N. Lobachevsky, B. Riemann. A metallography, D. Chernav, P. Anasov, G. Clifton. A cryobiology, D. Bakhmityev. Biochemistry, 5. Vernadsky. Geochemistry, 5. Vernadsky together with F. Clark, A. Versman, 5. Goldschmidt, A. Vinogradov. Gerontology, 1. Mechnikov. Paleobiology, A. Chizevsky. Petrochemistry, one of founders, N. Zelinsky. Theoretical astronautics, A. Tsiolkovsky, A. Sternfeld. Aerodynamics, N. Shukovsky. Field surgery, N. Virgov. Psychophysiology, 1. Sechenev. Reflexology, 1. Sechenev, 1. Pavlov, 5. Bekhterev. One of founders of A. Krestianovdina. Peasant studies, is A. Chayanov, the Tactologia, A. Bogdanov. Resuscitation, 5. Nagovsky, S. Brakonenko. One of founders of sociology is P. Sorokin, the soil science, 5. V. Dokachev. One of founders of transplantology is 5. D. Demihov.
During the Soviet period, the Russian science of the greatest progress reached in the field of natural sciences, where ideological control from ruling party was minimum.
According to some experts, Prof. N. Azarov. In the USA there was a science cult. For the works performed at this time, Nobel Prizes were got by physicists
Sam Frank, Cherenkov, Landau, Basov, Prokhorov, Kapitsa, and also the chemist Semyonov and the mathematician Kantorovich, who got in 1975 an award on economy.
Mathematicians S. Novikov, 1970, and G. Margulies, 1978, were awarded with the most prestigious award for mathematicians, the Filsovsky Award. Thanks to the created schools of sciences under the leadership of Kurchatov, the Queen and other scientists in the USA nuclear weapon and astronautics was created. At the same time, development of biology restrained the campaign begun in the mid-30s by Lysenko against genetics. Also some other scientific disciplines significantly suffered. C. Ideological control in the Soviet science. In Soviet period, the number of scientific institutions considerably grew. Except academic and high school in science, there were also branch and factory sectors. The last during post-Soviet reforms from public sector were substantially transferred to self-financing. At the end of the 20th century, the Russian science endured a serious crisis.
A different point of processes of transformation of scientific institutions and in breach of crisis of science. Consider 1987, when the resolution of the Central Committee of the C2N Council of Ministers of the USSR about transfer of the scientific organizations on complete cost accounting and self-financing was accepted. Applied research and developments were recognized as goods.
Transition for payment of scientific and technical products at contract prices was performed. Reduction of number of scientists for the first time began.
There is no updating of researches sufficient for development of the industry, the equipment and personnel potential. Process of preservation of backwardness of a technology basis of the branches of the national economy goes deep.
Because of sharp reduction of science funding, the country was left by tens of thousands of scientists who work abroad now. See brain drain. Despite crisis of the 1990th, the Russian scientists took high positions in some fields of science at the international level. In particular, 4 Russian physicists were conferred the Nobel Prize. George Alférov in 2000, Alexei Abrikosov and Vitaly Ginzburg in 2003, and Konstantin Novoselov in 2010. Mathematicians 5. Drinfeld, 1990. E. Zelmanov, 1994. M. Kontsevich, 1998. 5. Voevodsky, 2002. G. Perelman, 2006. A. Okankov, 2006. S. Smirnov, 2010. Are awarded with the Filsovsky Prize. Mathematicians M. Pinsker, 1978. A. Polevo, 2016. Are awarded with Shannon's Prize, the most prestigious award in the field of the information theory. Mathematicians M. Gromov, 2002. Yao, Sinai, 2014. G. Margulies, 2020. Are awarded with the Abelevsky Prize on Mathematics, an analogue of the Nobel Prize. Poincare's Award, the highest award in the sphere of mathematical physics, was received M. Kontsevich, 1997. Yao, Sinai, 2009. A. Borodin, 2015. Several hundreds of thousands of scientists, the most part. About 500,000. Candidates and doctors of science worked at a joint of the 20th and 21st centuries in Russia. In Russia there are about 4,000 organizations which are engaged in research and development. About 70% of these organizations belong to the state. The reform of the Russian Academy of Sciences undertaken by D.A.
Criticism of tendencies back when demanding the Ministry of Education and Science was going to dismiss about the scientists that is connected with reduction of a share of the development of science and technology state program in the total costs of the budget from 0.98% in 2015 up to 0.87% in 2019.
In Russia thousands of scientists work with the large volume of the international citing. Tens and hundreds of references to their works. In the sphere of mathematics and programming, Russia kept the scientific potential and takes the leading positions in the world. On mathematics and programming, the Russian representatives win first place in the Olympic Games. In 1994-2011 the number of annual patent applications for inventions in Russia increased from 2. In 2011 in Russia about 4 times more patent applications than in other CIS countries combined were submitted. The Russian achievements in the field of space technologies and space exploration goes back to Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, the father of theoretical astronautics. Its works inspired the leading Soviet rocket scientists, such as Sergei Korolev, Valentin Glushko and many others who promoted success of the Soviet space program at early stages of a space race and beyond its limits. In 1957 the first ever artificial Earth satellite, the Satellite-1, was started. In 1961 the first ever flight of the person in space was successfully performed by Yuri Gagarin. A number of achievements of the Soviet and Russian researchers of space also start of the first ever female astronaut Valentina Tereshkova. 1963. And the first ever extravehicular activity of Alexei Leonov. 1965. The Moon-9 was the first spaceship which landed to the Moon, Venus-7 the first landed on other planet. Venus. Mars-3 the first soft landed on Mars, the first planet research vehicle the Moon Rover-1. First ever Salyut-1 space station and multimodular space station world. After disintegration of the Soviet Union, some programs for development of space, including the program of the Space Shuttle Snowstorm financed by the government, were cancelled or delayed while the participation of the Russian space rocket industry in commercial activity and in the international cooperation became more active. After the program of the USA the Space Shuttle ended in 2011, the Rocket Union became the only delivery system of astronauts and freights on the International Space Station. Within the Russian lunar program, Moonglob. The first start of a mission to the Moon in 2021 is planned. Roscosmos also develops the Federation spaceship which is going to be put to lunar orbit with crew on board in 2025. In February 2019 it was declared that Russia plans the first mission with crew for disembarkation to the Moon in 2031. Russia, which is on crossing of a set of cultures and also taking into account the multinational nature of its population, differs in high degree of ethnocultural diversity and capability to cross-cultural dialogue. The multinational culture of Russia serves as an integral part of world culture. By estimates of the Union, Russia belongs to the countries with the most rich cultural heritage.
Influence of Orthodoxy of and various forms of paganism and also significant Mongolo-Tatar and Western European effect was the most important factor of development of the Russian material and spiritual culture.
The corresponding diverse cultural heritage is to some extent traced practically in all forms of national art. According to researchers, literature played a huge role in the eminence of Russia when the world intellectual elite ceased to see the wild and barbaric country in Russia, and began to consider it as carrier of a certain cultural sample, defining the Russian culture as the most important component of world culture. Our time was reached by a certain quantity of monuments of old Russian literature, religious and narrative character, among them, the story of temporary years, a word about the law and grace, memory and a praise are most known to the Prince Vladimir, Theodosius of the Caves' life, the legend on Boris and Gleb, Vladimir Monomach's lecture, tale of Igor's campaign, Daniel Zatoknik's prayer, Zadanshina. The story about Alexander Nevsky's life and many others. There were separate samples of an epistolary genre, for example, Clement Smolyatik's message to the presbyter Smolensky Foma. In the 16th century, such pearl of an epistolary genre as correspondence of the Tsar Ion Vasilievich Grozny with the Prince Kurbsky appears. Then through the Polish means acquaintance to the Western literature gradually begins. Folk art is provided by an original genre of the Bylina and fairy tales. Secular literature appeared in Russia only in the 17th century. The first famous work of this sort, Life of the Archpriest Habakkuk. Then also the Russian poetry arises. The famous representatives of the Russian Slobodchesky poetry, Simeon Polotsky and Sylvester Medvedev. In the 18th century in Russia, the group of secular writers and poets appears. Among them, poets and writers 5. A. Tredyakovsky, Anno Domini. Kantemir M. 5. Lomonosov, G.R. Berzavin, N.M. Karamzin. Playwrights A.P. Samarkov and D. 1. Von Vezin. Classicism was the dominating art style of literature at the time. It is succeeded by sentimentalism. M. Paraskov, M. Muravyev, N. Karamzin, 1. Dmitriev, etc. Among the writers and playwrights of Russia of the 19th and 20th centuries, most famous in the world A.S. Griboyedov, N. 5. Gogol, A. 1. Perzan, I. A. Goncharev, A. N. Ostrovsky, D. 5. Grigorovich, M. E. Saltykov-Shchedrin, F. M. Dostoevsky, A. S. Turgenev, 50. N. Tolstoy, E. P. Chekhov, M. Gorky, I. A. Bunin, A. 1. Caprin, Idest. Babel, Master of Arts. Bulgakov, 5. V. Nabokov, 5. G. Korolenko, A. P.
Platnov K. G. Kostovsky 5. F. Tendrikov A. 1. Solzhenitsyn 5. D. Astafyev 5. G. Rasputin 5. N. Voinovich F. A. Iskander Brothers Strugatsky S. D. Dovlatov and many others, which works are translated almost into all modern languages of the world, having become an integral part of world culture. The Russian poets most famous in the world are 5. A. Shukovsky K. N. Batyushkov A. S. Pushkin M. By. Lermontov A. 5. Holtsev E. Beretinsky A. Vetai F. Anensky F. 1. Tyuchev N. A. Nekrasov A. Block S. A. Yesenin K. D. Bamant A. Belay 5. Ya. Brusov D. S. Nareskovsky N. S. Kamilyev 1. Severyanin O. E. Mandelstam 5. V. Mayakovsky E. G. Begritsky M. 1. Svatova Master of Arts. Voloshin Page. Black B. 50. Pasternak A. Akhmatova 5. Klebnikov N. A. Zabolotsky A. Brodsky. The Nobel Prize Laureate on Literature, 1987. N. M. Ratsov A. T. Tardovsky K. M. Simonov A. Tarkovsky 5. S. Vysotsky E. Yevtushenko R. 1. Rozdestensky A. Voznesensky B. Ekmagelina Ya 5. Smelyakov E. Asadov Vayu 5. Dronina 50. A. Rubalskaya Bayu 1. Visber B. Shens. Okudzava R. G. Yamzatov and many others. 4 Russian writers were conferred the Nobel Prize on Literature. Bunin, 1933, in Emigration. Pasternak, 1958. Sholihov, 1965. And Solzhenitsyn, 1970. According to researchers, at the heart of philosophy of Russia there is an idea of the complete knowledge seeking for overcoming extremes and contradictions is moral teacher's orientation. The Russian literature can be considered as language of moral philosophy which received in Russia a special literaturian form of expression. According to Nikolay Losky, characteristic features of the Russian philosophy are Cosmism, a Sophiologia. Exercises about Sophia.
conciliarity, metaphysical nature, religiousness, intuitionalism, positivism, realness,
ontologism.
Some researchers note eschatological motives in philosophy of Russia. Among the most famous Russian philosophers, belonging to various philosophical directions and brought a significant contribution to a treasury of the Russian and world culture were A.N.
Radashev, P. Yao,
Chodiev, A.S.
Omyakov, P. 5.
Karevsky, N.G.
Chernyshevsky, F.M.
Dostoevsky, 50.
N.
Tolstoy,
N.F.
Fyodorov,
G. 5.
Plekhanov, Master of Arts.
Bakinin, P.
A.
Kropotkin, 5.
S.
Solovyev, 5.
V.
Rozanov, K.
Tsiolkovsky, D. 50.
Andreev, 5.1.
Vernadsky,
N.O. Losky, 5.1.
Lenin,
S.N.
Bulgakov,
N.K.
Roerich,
N.A.
Berdyaev, A.
Bogdanov, N. Yao.
Danilevsky, P.
A.
Florensky,
F. A.
Stepan, I.
A.
Ilyin, S. 50. Frank, P.
A.
Sorokin, E. D.
Blavatsky, A. F.
Losev, S.
A. Yanovsky, 5.
V. Zinkovsky,
A.
Zinoviev, E.
5.
Ilyankov, A. 50. Chizevsky,
G. 1.
Berdziev, S.
N. Trubetsko, 50.1.
Shestov,
G. G.
Shpet, M.
Bakhtin, S. S.
Avarintsev, A.
M.
Piatigorsky. One of the most ancient forms of the Russian painting and iconography. She inherited traditions of the Byzantine masters, but at the same time the Russian icons had own style. The realism, how many symbolism is characteristic of them, not so much. Symbolism of the Russian iconography had an impact on many artists. In particular, influence of the Russian icon on the creativity was emphasized by Henry Matisse. The forgiveness subject were not only the God's temple, but also all universe united in the Holy Trinity, to which in old Russian painting all worship and expressing, on the one hand, asceticism, and on the other hand, immense love to all real became the central theme in the Russian iconography. Are presented the Russian icon as God, saints, and mere mortals, and also God's elements of care of people. Bread and sacred bowl. In the Russian iconography, writing goes from the center, the central figure around which figures of the second plan are symmetrized. In the Russian iconography, special color scale is used and, unlike the Byzantine tradition, purple color of the emperor is not used.
Alipy of the Caves, Grigory Iconopoulos, Andrei Rublev, Daniel Chorny, Dionysius, Gary Nikitin, Simon Yushakov, Fyodor Zubov and others lifted the level of the Russian iconography to world level.
The first realistic portraits appear in Russia in the 17th century. In the middle, the end of the 18th century in Russia, such large painters as Levitsky and Borovikovsky appear. The Russian painting followed universal trends since then. Outstanding artists of the 19th century: F.A. Bruni, S.F. Shchedrin, O.A. Keprensky, K.P. Bryulov, A. Ivanov, I.K. Ayvazovsky, A. 1. Kyunshi, 5. A. Tropinin, A. G. Venetsianov, P. A. Fedotov. In painting of this time, the academic direction prevails. The second half of the 19th century, blossoming of realistic painting. A. Savrasov, 5. Polonev. Bravithniki developed the direction of critical realism in painting. Their works are often filled with social subject. The most famous artist of critical realism, Rapin.
By the end of the 19th century in Russia, trends related to the French Impressionism developed.
Without breaking off with the realistic direction, artists become more free and masterly in the acceptances that was most brightly embodied in Serev's works.
Vasily Vereshchagin, one of the most famous Russian artists, painters of battle pieces, who was personally participating in the Central Asian campaigns of the Russian army.
At the beginning of the 20th century, artists of Russia conduct active search of new expressive forms, the set of the new directions, for example, symbolism. Vrubel, Doboshinsky. The decorative directions corresponding to a modernist style, vanguard art. Kandinsky, Malevich. Is formed. In the middle and the end of the 20th century, artists 1. Grabar, A. Rylov, M. Chagall, N. Krymov, 1. Brodsky, B. Aikinson, S. Gerasimov, M. Fagin, Z. Serbriakova, 5. Stozarev, Bayou. Vasnetsov, E. Moisenko, P. Konchalovsky, D. Zhilinsky, 5. Oreshnikov, G. Ryaisky, T. Yablonskaya, K. Yun, 5. Meshik, A. Plastov, N. Romadin, P. Asovsky, S. Kaikov, A. Dineka, M. Seryan, F. Rechetnikov, A. Milnikov, N. Nestorova, B. Ryazov, O. Filachev, O. Beresky, E. Bragovsky, K. Vasilyev, M. Chemikhin, E. Okez, Yao. Romas, 5. Alfevsky purchased broad popularity. The old Russian architecture on the one hand followed tradition which roots were established in Byzantium, but, with another, developed the line of original Russian wooden architecture. From Byzantium, the Russian temples inherited located on an axis: the west, the east, and Antekerchery refectory, naos and an altar. Characteristic features of the Russian temples: bulbous chapters and enogoglavost. A striking example of the Russian serf architecture are the Kremlin.
The traditional medieval dwelling of the Russian peasants represented a shrubby timbered log hut from two or a chetrioxkatny roof.
Wealthy citizens built harem complexes. Further, the Russian architecture appeared under a great influence of the Western European architecture of Baroque, Classicism, for example, building of street. Petersburg and its vicinities is an example of what?
From the middle of the 19th century, artists and architects of the Russian Empire turned looks on old Russian architecture, having created the Russian and Neo-Russian styles.
Vanguard projects of garden cities, houses, communes, Жилкомбинат, Sotsgorod in the spirit of constructivism and rationalism became the bright page in the history of architecture of the USSR. In the early 30s, with change of a political environment, the architecture of vanguard appeared under a ban, and together with it and the projects of apartment houses and complexes with the socialized life announced by leftist Benz, the period of Stalin architecture began. Transition to Massachusetts standard construction at NS. Khrushchev generated so-called five-story apartment blocks. The historic center of St.
Petersburg, a complex of churches in Clichy, the Moscow Kremlin and Red Square, historical monuments of Novgorod, Fortress Narankala and Derbent are included in the UNESCO World Cultural Heritage List.
The slavist and historian of the Russian architecture U.K. Brumfield allocated the Russian wooden architecture and constructivism as the most significant achievements of the Russian architecture. Besides, in Russia, ancient constructions of the people of the Caucasus, the Ossetian, Rutulsky architecture, remained. The Tatar architecture has the original shape.
The musical culture of Russia is one of the most important components of world culture and includes rich musical heritage of all nationalities of Russia.
This concept unites works of the Russian and Soviet composers of the 16th, 20th centuries, the Russian musical folklore, the Russian romance, popular music of the Soviet and post-Soviet period, the Russian rock, creativity of bards. Znameny chant. The most famous composers: Vasily Rogov, Fyodor Krestianin, Christian, and Ivan Nas. Russian folk music. The most famous contractors: Nadezhda Pavlitskaya, Lydia Ruslanova, Fyodor Shilipin, Olga Voronets, Lyudmila Zakhaina, Ivenia Smolinanova and others. Russian symphonic music.
Russia is the homeland of many composers who became the classics of a genre of symphonic music recognized around the world.
Among them there are A. Alibayev M. 1.
Glinka A.P.
Borodin P.P. Bulahov M.P. Mussorgsky P. 1. Tchaikovsky N.A. Rimsky-Korsakov A.K. Glazunov A.N. Scriabin S. 5. Rachmaninoff S.S. Prokofiev I.F. Stravinsky D.D.
Shostakovich N. Ya.
Mayakovsky G. 5. Sviridov A. 1.
Khachaturian E. 5. Denisov S.A. Kubidulina R.K. Shedrin A.G. Schnitke and many others. Also, the invaluable contribution to development of musical culture of Russia was made by such musicians as D.F. Oistrakh M50, Rostropovich Bayu, A. Mashmet 5, A. Verjeev E5, Obratsova D.A. Vorostovsky S.P. Roldigan and others. Russian Romance. The most famous composers A. Alibayev A.E. Varlamov A.50. Kirilyev M. 1. Glinka A.S. Dargamisky A.P. Borodin M.P. Mussorgsky P. 1. Tchaikovsky N.A. Rimsky-Korsakov S.5. Rachmaninoff. In Soviet period, G.5. Sviridov Bayu, A. Shaparin D.D. Shostakovich S.S. Prokofiev and others. Russian pop music. The most famous contractors: Joseph Kobzon, Muslim Magomayev, Edward Kill, Edita Pika, Oleg Anafriev, Yuri Antonov, Lev Leshchenko, Sofia Rotaru, Ola Pugacheva, Valery Leontayev, Philip Kirkorov, Dima Bilan and others. Author's Song. The genre author's songs arose in the USSR in the middle of the 20th century. Means of expression and distinctive a semantic and qualitative load of the poetic text, melodiousness, naturalness, melody and harmonious functionality of musical material. Mood of confidential communication. Seclusion of execution. Idealistic and romantic orientation. The most famous contractors: Vladimir Vysotsky, Alexander Galik, Bulat Okadzova, Alexander Gorodnitsky, Yuri Vizber, Yuli Kim, Alexander Dolsky, Tatiana and Sergei Nikitiny, Ivashenko and Vasilyev. Ivasi, Oleg Mityev and others. The Russian rock, collective designation of the Russian-speaking rock music created and performed in the beginning in the USSR, further in the CIS and other countries. Russian-speaking authors and contractors, musicians and bands. Initially, Russian rock was formed under a great influence of the Western rock music, and also the Russian authors' songs sung usually under an acoustic guitar. The most famous groups: Time Machine, Revival, Aquarium, Nautilus Pompilius, Cinema, Alice, Agatha Christie, Aria, Kipelov, Siskin and Olorado, DDT, Moose Sounds, Civil Defense, Choral I Shut, Navity, Y-2. The Russian rap, the Russian language song which is recorded in style A rap. The first contractors of this genre appeared in the Soviet Union in the second half of the 80th. The most known of them: Bad Balance, Boyd and Titomir and Bachelor Party. The most famous contractors of a modern Russian rap: Morgenstern, Timati, Egger Krid, Oxkimiran, Ilo, That Will Do, Max Kors, Zigan, Slava of the Sisu and others.
Criminal song. The Russian. Soviet.
Musical genre poeticizing the life and customs of the criminal environment, which is initially calculated on the circle of the prisoners and persons close to underworld.
Over time, songs which are beyond criminal subject began to be written in a genre of criminal music, however keep its characteristics.
A melody, a slang, a narration, outlook.
From 1990th years, the criminal song in the Russian musical industry is advanced under the name Russian chanson. There are a radio station of the same name and a musical award. The theater in modern understanding appeared in Russia thanks to foreigners. Alexei Mikhailovich Pyaty were engaged in development of theatrical business. With Peter I's death, the theater in Russia began to wither.
But in Elizabeth Petrona's reign, musical and theatrical business very much grew.
On August 30, 1756, the decree on organization of the Russian theater in St. Petersburg took place. Nowadays Alexandrinsky Theatre. Catherine II attached to theatre high educational and educational significance, but on bigger a part the Russian theatre of that time remained well-behaved entertainment in which ballets, operas and drama representations played an identical role. Already in April 1896, in 4 months after the first Parisian cinema sessions, in Russia the first cinema devices appear.
In May, Kamil Surf performed the Russia's first documentary cinema shootings of celebrations in honor of Nicholas II's crowning.
Film screenings quickly became fashionable entertainment. The first permanent movie theater opened in St. Petersburg in May 1896 on Nevsky Avenue. The first Russian art films represented screen versions of fragments of classical works of the Russian literature. A Song About the Merchant Kalashnikov, Idiot, The Fountain of Bakhasarai. National songs. Slashing Fellow Merchant. Are illustrated episodes from the Russian history. Ivan Grozny's death, Piet the Great. In 1911, the Russia's first full-length film, Defense of Sevastopol, comes out.
In 1925, the director Sergei Eisenstein created the movie Potemkin Battleship, recognized by art critics one of the best movies of all times and the people.
3 Soviet and 1 Russian movie got an award, the Oscar in category Best Foreign Language Film. War and Peace. 1967. Sergei Bondarchuk. Versu Zala. 1975. Akira Kurosawa. Co-production of the USA and Japan. Moscow Does Not Trust Tears. 1981. Of Vladimir Menshov. Burnt by the Sun. 1994. Of Nikita Mikhalkov. In the Soviet years, animation developed.
The animated film Hedgehog involved by Yuri Norstin and 2003 in Tokyo was recognized as the best animated film of all times, and the people on survey results of 140 film critics and animators of the different countries.
The ballet in Russia reached true blossoming, having gained world recognition and having become one of the bases of the world ballet, the hallmark of the country and the Russian culture.
Such outstanding dancers as Matilda Kasinskaya, Olga Spasivtseva, Vaclav Nizinsky, Anna Pavlova, Tamara Karsavina, George Balanchine, who laid the foundation for the American ballet and modern neoclassical ballet art in general, were the representatives of the Russian ballet who achieved international recognition.
Maris Lipa, Rudolf Nureyev, Galina Ulanova, Konstantin Sergeyev, Maya Plisitskaya and many others. Russia possesses one of the world's largest museum fund of cultural heritage. The Russian museums are in the top 10 of the most visited museums of the world.
In preserving, studying and interpretation of historical and cultural heritage, the museums of a historical profile possess a special role.
The best of the modern museum world of Russia is made by 2027 museums of a system of the Ministry of Culture of the Russian Federation, in which about 60 million storage units are concentrated and which annually visit about 70 million people.
Russia is the world leader in the number of the museums which entered the list of the largest museums of the world. Cabinet of Curiosities in St. Petersburg, Museum of Fine Arts of A.S. Pushkin, Tretyakov Gallery, Armory, the Russian Museum, the largest museum of the Russian art in the world. The State Hermitage is included into the list of 10 best museums of the world, according to National Geographic. The State Historical Museum, the largest national history museum of Russia. Russia is one of world leaders in the size of library stock. In Russia, about 390,000 libraries, which are visited by about 30% of the population of the country, function. Several world-class libraries, National Library of Russia, according to World Atlas Analyst Company, work in the country, takes the 5th place in the world by the sizes.
In Russia, the branched system of archives acts on federal, regional and city level.
The Russian archives are among the largest archives of the world. The first periodicals appeared in Russia at the beginning of the 18th century, however, printing Massachusetts media gained broad development only at the end of the 19th century.
As of the end of the old years in Russia, more than 170 daily newspapers, both central and local, with a general circulation about 4.8 million copies, and also more than 425 not daily newspapers and magazines with a general circulation about 7.8
million copies are issued. Leading national newspapers. Single circulations, 1,000 copies. Izvestia, 150. It is founded in 1917, the former body of the leading organizations of the Soviet power. Kommersant, 125. Is founded in 1989. Komsomolskaya Pravda, 955. Is founded in 1925, the former body of the Central Committee of the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League. Moskovsky Komsomolets, 700. It is founded in 1919, the former body of the Moscow City Town Committee of the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League. Nezavismaya Gazeta, 40. Is founded in 1990. Novaya Gazeta, 284. Is founded in 1993. New View, 307. It is founded in 1992. The Parliamentary Newspaper, 56. Is founded in 1996, body of Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. The Pravda 100 is founded in 1912, body of the Central Committee of the Kirov. Rossiyskaya Gazeta 166 is founded in 1990, body of the Government of the Russian Federation. Sovetski Sport 180 it is founded in 1924. Leading news agencies. TASS it is founded in 1904. Rossiya Segodnya it is founded in 2013. Interfax it is founded in 1989. The center of the State Bibliography and Statistics of the Russian Press is the Russian Book Chamber. Being TASS branch, the chamber systematically issues bibliographic indexes. A total about release of printed materials is published in the Statistical Yearbook, the annual bibliographic index of books of Russia. Since 1954. Republican book chambers are available in Bashkortostan, Chuvashia and Tatarstan. The Russian scientist A. Popov is one of the inventors of radio who for the first time performed a broadcast at distance. Broadcasting is conducted in Russia with 1924 telecasts since 1931. Till 1991 the management of television and broadcasting performed Gostelo Radio. Transfers were conducted on 3 All-Union Radio, and 2 All-Union television programs. Local telecasts were hosted by local studios of television according to the second program, except the Leningrad studio of television and the main edition of transfers for Moscow and the Moscow region of the Central Television, the transferring on third programs. Local broadcasts, local committees on television and broadcasting on the first program. There was a network of wire broadcasting. The first program was mixed and consisted of local transfers and transfers of the first All-Union program. According to the second program, the second All-Union program. On the third All-Union program was transferred. In 1992-1995 the leadership in broadcasting on the first federal TV channel first. Heading Radio 1. And to the second. Heading Beacon. 2 federal radio channels was performed by the Russian state broadcasting company Ostankino. RRK Ostankino. Broadcasting on the second federal TV channel. The headings, Russian television, Urshviter, Russia. And to the third federal radio channel. Heading, Radio of Russia. All Russian State Television and Radio Broadcasting Company. VRRK. Local radio and telecasts was conducted on the second TV and third radio channel by local state broadcasting companies. Since 2004 branches of VRRK. Except Moscow and St. Petersburg which transferred own third television channels. Wire broadcasting continued existence. The first channel remained mixed, consisted of local transfers and transfers of the third federal radio channel. On the second channel was given the second federal radio channel. On the third, the first federal radio channel.
In 1995 RRK Ostankino was abolished, instead of it the joint stock company with participation of the state capital Public Russian Television and the All-Russian State Radio Company, Beacon.
In 1998 it is transferred under the management of VRRK, since 2004 its branch. And the All-Russian radio station, Radio 1, was created.
In 1997 it is abolished, and broadcasting of the first radio channel and the third channel of wire broadcasting was transferred to various joint stock companies. On the abroad, the Russian state radio company, the Voice of Russia, since 2014, the international news agency Rossiya Segodnya broadcasts. At the same time, the commercial television provided by such joint stock companies as NTV Broadcasting Company in 2001 passed under control of the Gazprom joint stock company, controlled in turn by the state. Moscow Independent Broadcasting Corporation since 2002 does not broadcast. REN-TV TV company, and so forth, and also commercial broadcasting was widely adopted. There are several networks of wire, cable, television, public holidays. On January 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 8, New Year's vacation. On January 7, Christmas. On February 23, the Defender of the Fatherland Day. On March 8, the International Women's Day. On May 1, the holiday of spring and work. On May 9, the Victory Day. On June 12, the Russia Day. On November 4, National Unity Day.
Since the Olympic Games in Helsinki of 1952 and prior to the Olympic Games in London of 2012, Soviet, and later the Russian athletes never fell below the third place in the overall medal count among all countries of the world at the Summer Olympic Games.
In the overall medal count at all Olympic Games, the national team of USSR/Russia takes the second place, giving way only to the national team of the USA. In 1980, Moscow hosted the 22 Summer Olympic Games, in 2014 Sochi -22 Winter Olympic Games. Also Russia hosted Universiades. A Summer Universiade of 1973 in Moscow. In 2013 Kazan hosted the Summer Universiade. In 2019 Krasnoyarsk hosted the Winter Universiade. The Soviet and Russian hockey players who repeatedly became winners of the World Cups and Winter Olympic Games have history rich with victories. In Russia, traditions of soccer are strong. The Russian football club Soviet later achieved good results on the European tournaments. A national team became the champion of Europe of 1960 and also twice in 1956 and 1988 won the Olympic gold in a football tournament. During a new era, Russian national team took the third place on Che 2008. In 2017 in Russia there passed the Cup of Confederations of 2017. In 2018 Russia for the first time hosted the FIFA World Cup, which took place in 11 cities of the country. In 2021 a part of matches of the European Championship 2020 took place in St. Petersburg. The Russian athletes are traditionally strong in figure skating, biathlon, cross-country skiing, 5-a-side, beach soccer, bandy, ice hockey, the artistic and rhythmic gymnastics, track and field for athletics, synchronized swimming, and also in different types of single combats, especially in freestyle wrestling and boxing. Among world champions in Chekos, prize winners and winners of the European tournaments on Go and Ren-Jiu, there are a lot of Soviet and Russian athletes. The Soviet and Russian chess is unique on success. During the period from 1946 to 1990 only the Soviet chess players, behind the only exception American Robert Fischer,
became world champions in chess and applicants for a chess crown. The majority of team championships of the world, both in men's and in female group, as well as tournaments the USSR against the national team of the world, were won by the Soviet chess players. During the post-Soviet period, undivided domination of the Russian athletes in chess stopped, but they continued to borrow worthy and one of leading places in world chess. During the period from 1991 to a present situation, 3 world champions in chess, Russians. In 2015, the Russian athletes were accused of Massachusetts doping. In December 2019, the decision on discharge of the Russian athletes from the international competitions for 4 years was made. Also far. Write comments. Read comments. Interesting people will tell interesting stories. All of good mood and good luck.